3, 2, 1. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone, wherever you are. For some ungodly reason, you can have the boredom to watch this show. Welcome to the 8th episode of the World So Far Report. As always, alongside with me is my colleague Vitor Heinik.
Shalom.
Alrighty, it's been a while since we've made an episode, but we've been very busy.
It's been a long time. Yeah.
Those of you who followed the election results in Romania, you might have seen the results of us being busy.
Yes, well, you might have seen flattening the curve of the so-called liberals.
And the glorious thing is that the flattening continues. I mean, it's still glorious now as the talks for the formation of a new cabinet continue. Very unlikely for those talks to yield any meaningful result before the turn of the new year. So yeah, it's going to be glorious, and of course we keep on continuing on flattening that goddamn curve until we get them out of the parliament by 24, hopefully. Well, you know, that's the optimistic vision, right? We remind you that this show exists solely because you give us shekelim. If you don't give us shekelim, this show gets quarantined. It's gonna cough itself to death. So give shekelim, freedomalternative.com/donate. We're also on Subscribestar. Hopefully in January I'll try to work out how to actually cash out from Subscribestar. I actually haven't yet because it just looks very complicated. But hey, it's what the market asks for. If you want to curse at us or send us news or, God forbid, to praise us, topics at freedomalternative.com. We're going to both see that email. If you do, we have received quite a few, actually. Some of them are more like, by the way, check this out. But usually it's a piece of news that is already 5 or 6 days old, which by couch standards is very old, like ancient news. So there's that. Don't forget to subscribe on our BitChute profile as well, particularly as YouTube increasingly starts to suck ass. So you know the backup over there.
We've got a news article that says how much it sucks.
Oh yes. I enjoyed that article as I was preparing the file for this episode, precisely because it just kicks the techno-optimists in the teeth, and I'm enjoying it all the time. If you want to subsidize the poor Romanians, Gibbs Crypto, so we can uphold the backup on BitChute in the Romanian language as well. All right. So first, North America as usual. Financial Times. Prosecuting Donald Trump, the question that will roil Biden's first year. When Joe Biden is sworn in as president on January the 20th, his in-tray will include a pandemic that continues to kill thousands of Americans each day and an economic crisis that has left millions out of work. Both those challenges rank among the most significant faced by any incoming US president. But Mr. Biden will be forced to tackle a third issue that may define his presidency as much as the health and livelihoods of the American people: the fate of his predecessor. Donald Trump will leave the White House with potential personal criminal liability, unlike any commander-in-chief since Richard Nixon. Well, I would argue Bill Clinton as well, but okay. Who was saved by a controversial and sweeping pardon gifted by his successor, Gerald Ford, after he resigned in disgrace. Mr. Trump, who will depart after attempting to subvert his loss in an election. It wasn't really fair, but okay. Is unlikely to receive any similar such clemency from Mr. Biden. That's fake news, by the way. While in office, Mr. Trump has been protected by the Department of Justice. Under the leadership of William Barr, who Mr. Trump installed as Attorney General in 2019, the DOJ helped the president stall a state criminal investigation into possible tax fraud by the Manhattan District Attorney. When Robert Mueller completed his investigation into the Russia hoax, his report listed numerous instances of possible criminal obstruction, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Those protections will fall away at midday on January the 20th, leaving Mr. Trump's fate in the hands of his political opponents, and should they proceed, ultimately the courts. No former president in US history has ever endured prosecution. The question is whether Mr. Trump will be the first. We are a nation of laws, and presidents cannot be excluded from that, says John Dean, the White House counsel who turned witness against Nixon and served time in prison for his role in the Watergate abuses. Of course, he has an axe to grind. Pursuing Mr. Trump would be difficult, but the ideals of American democracy demanded, Mr. Dean argues. Says the crooked guy. Will it be politically uncomfortable? You bet it will be. Will it be a media circus? You bet that too. Maybe we've got to go through that to get to the other side where it's clear that this isn't going to happen again, he says. All right, skipping some more Democrat propaganda. Mr. Biden has thus far distanced himself from these questions, stating repeatedly that he will maintain the independence of the DOJ. from the incumbent president. While Mr. Trump has wrecked the norms that kept the DOJ at a political distance from the White House, including by calling for his own predecessor to be prosecuted, Mr. Biden has pledged to restore the walls that previously existed, beginning with a steadfast refusal to say one way or the other whether he believes Mr. Trump should be investigated. So you're saying Biden builds a wall? In terms of saying, I think the president violated the law, I think the president did this, therefore go on and prosecute him. I will not do that, however, Mr. Biden said in August. Mr. Biden has suggested that he is not keen for a possible investigation and prosecution of Mr. Trump to be the centerpiece of his administration. He campaigned on the pandemic and economic crisis. When asked by NBC in November if he supported investigations of Mr. Trump, Biden again said the DOJ was not his direct, but added, "What I'm focused on is getting the American public back at place, blah, blah, blah." The comments have echoes of the approach taken when Barack Obama took office in 2009 with Mr. Biden as his VP in the midst of another great crisis. Among the issues that spurred calls for accountability was the CIA's use of torture during the George W. Bush administration. Mr. Obama insisted that he would look forward as opposed to looking backwards, saying his general orientation is to say, let's get it right moving forward. The Obama administration rejected calls for a Truth and Reconciliation style commission, while the DOJ said the attorneys who authorized torture had not committed misconduct and commenced a narrow independent probe led by John Durham, now special counsel appointed by Mr. Barr to investigate the origins of the Russia inquiry that resulted in no prosecutions. Top Democratic figures in the legal establishment have signaled that attempting to move on without reckoning with the conduct of the Trump administration is untenable. Oh yes, it is. Eric Holder, I don't care what Eric Holder has to say on anything really. The arguments against pursuing Mr. Trump are formidable, though other countries have prosecuted both current and former leaders. Israel, Brazil, and France are recent examples. The United States has not embarked on such a path before, never mind with the figures so unrestrained by any norms of political conduct. Any post-presidency investigation would be added to the palette of grievances with which Mr. Trump could paint a potential comeback in 2024, and that's exactly the reason why there is not right. In a way, Financial Times goes as SOFA's witnesses.
Yeah.
Because a month ago, or maybe more than a month ago, we did say that the system tends to follow tradition. We did say that if the election issue might get to the Supreme Court, unless it is very compelling, the Supreme Court will rule in favor of peace and instead of big igloo, which they did. They tried the really the most narrowest technicality just so they can avoid having a say on it, because no matter the verdict, big igloo would have been a much larger possibility. So they ruled on tradition. The same will be true here. That is to say, assuming Mr. Biden assumes office.
Yeah.
Hold on a second. We're not supposed to say that. Apparently, it's haram to say that on YouTube lately. They announced in a big blog post that they're gonna censor anyone who questions the enlightenment of Mr. Biden. Why is that? I mean, why are these people so unfun? Well, because it is unfun, just like Mr. Holder. Oh my God, we're gonna have to really, Mr. Holder, considering how many, many terrible stuff you've done as an Attorney General. Maybe you should not talk about this. Just say.
Yeah, it's surprising that this article says that Mr. Biden has campaigned on a platform of the economic crisis and the pandemic. Well,
did he campaign?
I personally haven't seen the campaign. As in, I'm pretty sure there are probably some tens of people, or let's say thousands in total.
Well, in fairness, the foot soldiers of the Democratic Party did go door to door and try to gather votes for Sleepy Joe, but he personally did not campaign. That's one of the issues. I mean, you can say the Democratic Party campaigned on the pandemic and the economic crisis, which would be true. Yeah. The establishment of the elite of the party campaigned on that, yeah, of course, but Mr. Biden didn't. I mean, he didn't. To say Mr. Biden campaigned on, it doesn't matter what you put after on, it's a lie, because he did not campaign. But yeah, odds on President Trump being prosecuted after leaving office?
No, it's definitely not going to happen. Nixon didn't get prosecuted. Clinton didn't get prosecuted. and no other president ever got prosecuted after he left office. So some revolutionaries that probably may land on this video by mistake will probably believe that Biden will change the norm, but no, he's not going to change it. There are 300 years of history against one dude who's not going to see a lot of years left.
Yeah, and not even Kamala Harris would be in favor of something like that, assuming, assuming Biden takes office, and then assuming the logical thing that would be he would be 25th away, right? But even Kamala Harris, I mean, she's a legal expert at the end of the day, and she knows what kind of a clusterfuck she would create if she were to do this. And not to mention that it would be not just ahistorical, but legally weird. I mean, you didn't prosecute Obama for bombing children out of drones. You didn't prosecute Bill Clinton for roughly similar shenanigans with Mr. Trump. And you're going to prosecute Mr. Trump because really, no, you're not going to do that. You just won't.
You can't even make a compelling argument at the very least.
Yeah, I mean, Abe Lincoln. Abe Lincoln broke the Constitution multiple times. Yeah, I know that's unfair to say and kind of haram, especially to Republicans, but it's true. The president with the biggest amount of Constitution violations is Abe Lincoln. He wasn't prosecuted either. So yeah, there's that. But it's funny that the revolutionaries are trying once again to do the same. I remember reading a very similar article in 2016 where they were preparing the strategy of, we can impeach and then prosecute then, and of course none of that happened. Of course. But it's funny. And one thing to be appreciated with these kinds of people, because that's one of the reasons I accepted this in the podcast, is precisely because they never stop campaigning. And that's something that only now the right has started to learn, which is great, and that's one of the reasons why I'm very upset with some of our radicals, right, who start saying, "Oh my God, we lost, then everything is lost," and no, that's politics. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose, but if you stop campaigning, you'll always lose. That's very simple.
I hate to sound really like those motivational posters, but you actually do miss 100% of the shots that you never take.
Yep. If the right maintains the lesson of never stop campaigning, I'm sure Trump will. Trump never stopped campaigning. Really, he didn't, and he won't. I'm sure he's going to hold rallies even after leaving office, assuming he leaves office. Oops, I said it again. Anyway, but I'm sure he will not stop. But if generally the right learns this proper lesson of never stop campaigning, but then it will be glorious. In 2022, we're going to mine some more salt. And then in 2024, definitely we're going to mine a lot of salt. In 2024,
we're going to need to buy new salt mining infrastructure.
Yeah, we're going to buy it with the shekels we're making from the Romanian progressives as we're mining their salt now. For our American friends, is relatively sad period, but over here is a very happy period. A lot of salt to mine.
Yeah, there's only to cry about it. At least you've got the Senate and major wins in the House of Representatives. It's not that bad.
Yeah, and even in the House, some of those were, I expected them, but because I knew where to look, but most non-leftists did not expect even half of those. So, sometimes you lose, sometimes you win. You just, welcome to politics. I remember when I lost a huge pile of work that I put into Mitt Romney's campaign, because Mitt Romney had a decent chance of beating Obama. He lost like a stupid with his 47%.
47% speech.
Yes. Without that one, probably now we would have talked about Mr. Trump succeeding Mitt Romney. I'm serious about that. You know what else is haram lately? YouTube itself.
Oh yeah.
The Guardian, Google suffers global outage with Gmail, YouTube, and majority of services affected. Google has suffered a worldwide outage with failures reported across the company's services, including Gmail, Google Calendar, and YouTube, beginning at about 11:50 a.m. GMT. The outages appeared to have affected the vast majority of Google's services, apart from search, which operated roughly unaffected. The outage was caused by a failure in the company's authentication tools. Authentication is in British English. Anyway, a Google spokesperson said, which manage how users log into services run by both Google and third-party developers. The root cause of the error, according to the spokesperson, was the company's internal tools failing to allocate enough storage space to the services that handle authentication. When the storage filled up, the system should have automatically made more available. Instead, it seems that it didn't, which meant the system crashed, just like a desktop computer does when it tries to operate with a full hard drive. Not mine. My desktop computer always makes more space. But then again, I don't have third-tier H-1B visa developers running my machine. So, there's that. The outage severely disrupted services for many workplaces. Google sued one of the services affected manages not only email communication but also intra-office messaging through the chat and meet services and actual work through Google Docs, Sheets, and Slides. Even those who use other services experience problems. Some workers reliant on Slack, for instance, the Salesforce-owned chat app, could only talk to colleagues who were already logged in at the time of the outage, unless they had set up a username and password on Slack itself. For those working from home, the outage affected Google's smart home services, including the Google Home smart speakers and nested thermostats and smoke alarms. While they operate in a fail-safe mode, users cannot access the services through an app to change their settings. The widespread failures caused many to highlight the risks of digital concentration, where an outage at a single company takes down a substantial proportion of online activity. Adam Leon Smith, a fellow of BCS, the Chartered Institute for IT, said, quote, "People are sat in the dark, unable to turn on their lights controlled by Google Home. My last 2 meetings have been unable to use the planned slides as they were stored in Google Slides. Our dependency on technology has grown so much, but the amount spent on reliability, testing, and quality hasn't grown in parallel. Many companies will be reviewing their agreements with Google today and realizing their business is dependent on a stack completely outside of their control." Gee, you think? The Google outage follows a significant failure in Amazon in late November. There, the company's Virginia data center failed for almost 90 minutes, taking down not only Amazon itself for most American users, but also many other services and websites that rely on AWS, the company's cloud computing arm. Companies including the photo sharing site Flickr, the podcasting services Anchor, the streaming service Roku, and the logistics business Shipt were affected by that outage. So too were a number of smart home services, including Roomba, which left some unable to even vacuum their own homes while they waited for their work to come back online. The widespread failure of Gulag services revealed to many the extent to which they rely on the company for basic tasks. The company's smart home services were some of the first to cause real problems. Users who had rebuilt their homes around voice commands found themselves unable to turn on the lights thanks to the failure of Google Home and Google Assistant, while those with the company's Nest thermostats were unable to control their home's heating with an app, as they had done so, had become used to doing. Also lost were the security cameras sold by Nest, which rely on Google servers to stream footage to users' phones. The outage may have been concerning for those fearing a poorly timed home invasion, but was more alarming still for the many parents who have adopted Nest's indoor security cameras as a smart baby monitor. Oh my goodness, cry me a river. The service's features, including Wi-Fi video streaming and motion detection, are perfect for the use as a monitor when the system is working, but failed with Google servers when going down. School children were marginally less upset to learn of the outage. Google's Classroom services, which ties together the company's products for schools, failed along with everything else, leading at least one Michigan school to declare a 21st century equivalent of a snow day, giving pupils the day off once they had missed the window for getting everyone online at once.
Well, I was reading exactly when that outage happened. The amount of
salt.
Yeah, the amount of salt that was, especially on Twitter, with people that had installed Google Home in their houses, where we read things like, "I'm currently sitting with my child in the dark, reconsidering my choices about what I've done." Well. You connected your house to the internet. How stupid can you be?
Yeah, first of all, do see my older video from October 2016, Conservatism as Applied to Technology. I warned about shit like this. As well as the second episode of the occasional podcast from January 2020, when we discussed techno-optimism with Miguel. Maybe we'll get time to bring Miguel one more time this year or early in January. But I was going to go a bit further on this one. Oh, but my child monitoring services. First of all, why do you have child monitoring services? No, serious.
Helicopter parents.
Yeah, no.
Not the good sort of helicopter.
Yes, I mean, really, the whole notion is ridiculous. If I tell to some of these, most people are normal, but these people are not, definitely. But if I tell to some of these abnormal people that, back in my day, parents would leave and you would be alone at home for 8, 9, 10, 12 hours, 14, and nothing happened. Really, nothing happened. And the crime rate was much higher than it is today. So, technically speaking, the risks were much higher. But most people were normal. Well, today they're still normal. But
no, even during my childhood, since both of my parents were working, okay, my father, due to the nature of his work, had a longer working schedule, but my mom had less. And sometimes it coincided that whenever they worked, I just came back from school and I would sit until probably 6, 7 p.m. alone. But still, so I learned during that period to do my own stuff. I've actually come so good at doing it that normally they had this rule that I wouldn't be allowed to play on the PC more than 1 hour a day. And I found out methods of getting to that PC. First I hacked the password because it was Windows Millennium at that time. Then it was XP.
Well, Windows Millennium is the easiest hacking. You just press escape.
Yeah, imagine I was doing that when I was what, anywhere between 8 to 10 years old. Then they tried to lock the rooms entirely for the sitting room. That didn't work either because I found the keys, and the last resort option was to shut off the electricity from the house.
Well, even shutting down the electricity isn't that bad because there's usually 2 switches. So if they get the wrong one, then it's easy to turn it back on. Right. But no, seriously, oh my God, I can't use the child monitor for 45 minutes. Nothing's gonna happen. How about you learn to be less of a panic freak and a control freak? For your own mental health, again, I mean, this is not even necessarily connected to techno-optimism and over-reliance on technology, but just don't be an idiot. I mean, really. As for, they disrupted online learning, good. That should be disrupted all the time, and so we can cure techno-optimism from the next generation. I'm hoping that failures in Google Classroom become a common feature. I'm serious about this. As for, oh my God, I can't turn on the light. Maybe you is the problem. Yeah, I know that's wrong, but seriously, maybe you are the problem.
Yeah, that moment when you're so lazy to install just simple light switches, the way humanity has functioned ever since we got electricity in the house.
I mean, what's wrong with the light switch? They've been serving us very well for the last 140-ish years. That means they have passed the test of time. This kind of lunacy didn't. I'm just saying. And again, if it's such a disaster with a minuscule portion of the population, I mean, globally speaking, it's what, 0.001% maybe.
Yep.
I mean, it's really not. There are not really that many people who use this kind of crap. Maybe 5 million globally, right? Maybe 10 million. Okay, 10 million globally, it's nothing, right? But imagine a big country having this as the norm. And I'm not saying a big country like the United States or Russia. No, just take a smaller one like the United Kingdom or Germany. Imagine the largest economy in the European Union coughing heavily because some data center somewhere in the middle of fucking nowhere just didn't upgrade the hard drive space. I mean, can't you people see just how terrible the whole idea is to center your life and your economy around this kind of crap?
Yes, and it wouldn't be intrinsically bad if you would at least have it on site and have access to it. No, but you absolutely outsourced it. That is a ridiculous mentality that started with the boomers outsourcing everything. Now they outsource their brain, they outsource their house controls, their heating as well.
Yes, I mean, to moderate the discourse a little bit, we should say that technology in itself is not necessarily bad, although sometimes it is. But outsourcing it entirely and outsourcing the control of it, that's inherently bad all the time, no exceptions, right? That's why, for instance, I'm one of those loons that has huge piles of hard drives. I don't keep my information in the cloud, because in the cloud it means it's on someone else's computer, right? And I don't trust someone else's computer. I barely trust my own, barely, right?
Yes, you always hold the pistol loaded in case the toaster starts.
Exactly. Just in case it decides to attempt to betray, to commit treason, and the punishment for treason is bullet. Right. So I only trust the computer that is never connected to the internet. I trust that one, because that one is very, very difficult to come up with the ideas of treason, right? But if it's connected to the internet, the assumption is that it's compromised all the time. And controlling the electricity is one thing, but controlling your heating system, I mean, really? I've made this joke several times, and people still think I'm joking, until it's going to happen to someone, because it will. It's just a matter of time until that will for sure happen. If your gas heating system is connected to the internet, that means it is hackable, and at some point someone will be able to commit an assassination using hacking tools and burn you into your own house. For sure, it will happen. It's just a matter of time. Until
burning you in the house, it's not that much. But how about just shutting off the monitor? What was it? The monitor flame, and poisoning with carbon monoxide in the middle of night. That's so much quieter. There's no property damage.
Yes, and not to mention that the victim has absolutely no chance of saving itself unless the victim is a night owl like me and happens to be awake at 3 a.m. and notices and opens the window, and that's it. You'll be fine. But if it's while you're sleeping, you'll never wake up. Good luck. And by the way, that would be even the perfect crime. I mean, how do you prove it that it was hacked? Especially with Google, some of their pieces of technology aren't even transparent to their own developers, let alone to the outside world. So proving a hack like that can be quite problematic, quite tricky. And I say this as someone who works in data centers and with these kinds of audits. I mean, I know what I'm talking about here. It's very difficult. That's one of the reasons why I reject Google technology for my clients. I mean,
rejecting Google as a principle is a good thing.
Right. As for the what was the other one here that I wanted to poke fun at? Oh yeah, the cloud services. I can't keep my presentation because they're all stored in Google Slides. Haven't you people heard of backups? Ever since computing became a mass consumer thing, basically in the middle of the 90s, when using a computer was no longer weird. Because mass computing has been a thing since the 80s,
or something rudimentary, not something that everybody could actually use. Even though you could argue that there are still some boomers who still ask you how to print a PDF.
Yeah, sure. some of that still happens, but it's very rare. But as of late 1990s, especially after the turn of the century, computers were no longer weird, and ever since then, every single guidance on how to use a computer emphasized the notion of backups. If there's something you really cannot afford to lose, make sure you have backups of it, and backups plural, more than one. But you have a very important presentation and you don't have a backup for it? Really? Well, again, that's a you problem. Yeah, sure, technology can be a bitch, but it's a you problem. I'm hoping more of this happens.
Yeah, generally the issue is not the PC itself, but the person sitting in front of the PC.
Yeah, most of the time the problem is between the keyboard and the chair. Almost always. Sometimes it's behind the keyboard. Sure, I agree, but oftentimes it's between the keyboard and the chair. Q13 Fox. Judge, Washington State Gym does not have to pay the fines for COVID-19 violations. An appellate judge has ruled that the Washington State Department of Labor and Industries did not show sufficient evidence to fine a gym owner for alleged violation of cough regulations in Yakima. One of Anytime Fitness owners, Bradshaw Development Incorporated, was fined more than $9,000 in July and $29,000 in August after the department said the gym exposed its employees to COVID-19, the Yakima Herald Republic had reported. Department officials claimed the gym locations in Yakima, Sela, and Union Gap operated in violations of the state's reopening plan when the county was in phase 1 of the plan and gyms were not allowed to reopen. Judge William R. Strange ruled in favor of the gym after it appealed the fines. Anytime Fitness attorney Scott Brombach said the ruling was a victory for the owner, West Bradshaw. They fined him already nearly $40,000, he said. They were trying to make an example out of him, and he stood up to them. Department of Labor spokesman Tim Church said the agency disagrees with the decision. Who cares? The department has 20 days from when it was notified on Tuesday to request a written review from the Board of Industrial Insurance Appeals. The board would then have 180 days to make a decision if the board approves the review. Our authority is based on employee worker safety and health. That's a key issue. Church said we do not have the authority if there aren't employees involved. We believe there were employees involved. These people lost the trial and they still don't understand why. The foundation of the argument was that guys, look, you had different regulations for gyms and churches or things like that, and you're not supposed to do that because it violates the Equal Protection Clause. Yeah, I know you don't. You think there are many attorneys in the U.S. who think that the Equal Protection Clause does not apply to business relations. It does. It absolutely does. Right. Well, it's kind of like we predicted.
Yeah, about that.
Just flatten them in the court. Is it really that difficult?
Well, here's a win on the narrative front. At least lawfare has intensified on the right side of things this time.
In almost all countries, yes.
Yeah, in almost all countries, including here.
Oh yes, definitely yes. Here. But one of the reasons we keep on emphasizing this, and I'm going to keep doing it until everyone gets the memo. Instead of spending time on bullshit websites reading bullshit news, try to flatten these motherfuckers in court. Because it works. It really does work. We've got the judicial system in Romania isn't particularly stellar, but even with that one, we still got to flatten quite a lot. Recently, the supreme authority in the administrative courts in France flattened the regulations on religious rights. I mean, in the country of laïcité comes one of the most atheist courts in the world. Comes and says, okay, enough laïcité for you. Same thing in Portugal. They outright flattened the RT-PCR tests themselves. Right? The Supreme Court in Lisbon said that no, you just can't pass regulations or quarantine people just because some bullshit RT-PCR test says something. No, it doesn't work like that.
Yeah, well, surprisingly, even this narrative began to get traction in the United Arab Emirates, because that's also a country that still is quite militarized from this aspect of oh yeah, you got COVID, let's quarantine those dozens of people that you got in contact with. But it's even more surprising. You remember that by posted an article on the Telegram group regarding that Jewish guy and why he won't vaccinate himself against the last pandemic from 2009. The H1N1.
Right.
And
swine flu.
And it's surprisingly that he had actually very compelling arguments that for some reason the population forgot from 2009 until now. And not to mention he was in his 70s, he had chronic Lyme disease, and he was part of the vulnerable group for that influenza type.
In fairness, the swine flu was a lot harsher on the young than on the old. I should know because I was young then. And I was at the peak of the highest chances of dying. And I got the natural vaccine. I caught it. I didn't even cough, and it went away, and that's it. And that's how I'm going to do it this time too. I caught the COVID-19, coughed a little bit, That's it. But that the important aspect is this: the lawfare must never stop, because as more time goes on, more and more justices and magistrates and whatever they're called in your jurisdiction start asking, hold on a second, but this is a bit too much, this has been dragging for too long. Because usually what justices usually do in almost all countries, of course I'm not counting here China or North Korea, less insane countries, right? What they do is usually when it's an emergency situation, a few months they tolerate some of the bending of the fundamental laws, because they're like, well, we don't know yet for sure, and maybe it's necessary, who knows, let's wait and see. That's usually what justices do. But at this point, it's already way past that particular point, and it's more and more courts all over Europe and the United States and other places, except Australia. We're going to talk about that at the end of the episode. They've started to accept, when you go with a peer-reviewed study, they say, hold on a second, no, what the government says is bullshit. Here's evidence. And more and more often, the courts be like, yeah, the complaint is accepted, and then you get almost everything you ask. That's another aspect, especially for those who are not attorneys or not experienced in lawfare. When you contest something in court, make sure you demand everything. You don't demand one or two things. No, you demand the entire helicopterization.
You demand everything, and then you begin compromising one by one.
Right. And that's one aspect that I've seen it done wrongly time and time again, not just with this COVID-19 situation, but with others as well. Well, they would only ask what they want. And I'm like, yeah, you're going to lose. And sometimes they do win with what they want, but oftentimes they do lose because at the end of the day, yeah, sure, the courts are supposed to be objective, and we're just going to read the law and enforce the... Yeah, but it's not like that. It's still fought by people, and it's still a negotiation over there. Not to mention that if you demand everything, you might get the government to come at direct negotiations with you, try to settle it out. Yep. And if you do that, then oftentimes you might get even more than you wanted during the negotiation, especially now as more and more governments are starting to realize that, holy shit, we kind of fucked this one up, didn't we?
And it's actually even more important that a lot of governments still haven't figured out how hard they fucked it up.
Oh, yeah. And as they do, it's going to become more and more fun to play with them in court. That's why, it's gonna be terrible. The year 2021, I'm gonna have to settle my my travels, because I didn't stop traveling in 2020. Of course I'm not gonna stop traveling in 2021, but I'm gonna have to make sure to put the dates around court dates, because I already have scheduled court dates from now till May. Almost every month. I have 2 of them in January, 2 in February, 3 in March. I'm gonna have to spend a lot of time in court, but I'm gonna enjoy it because there's such thing called reparations. I'm just saying.
And particularly for those people who I've seen that have an apathetic perspective about the judicial system. Those laws are there for a reason. There's no pain in at least trying.
Yes, and not to mention that apathy when it comes to the judiciary only lasts as long as those who are supposed to benefit from the judiciary are apathetic themselves, right? Let us not forget that except very narrow issues, almost all of them have been able to be won in court somewhere, or at the very least, lawfare was a significant component of a struggle to win or to get something passed. And it's not, judicial activism is not something for the left. It's something for anyone who wants something. And admittedly, in the United States, there is a problem because access to justice is brutally expensive. Although more recently, a lot of think tanks have gathered funds, and sometimes you might even get it cheaper there than in Europe. But in Europe, usually access to justice is not expensive.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, exactly. That's what I aimed at. It's not particularly an issue with the Americans, more than it's an issue with Europeans. Just laying low and believing that if I keep my head down, everything will go away. No, that's not the way things work. If you keep your head down, they're gonna take it as a sign of weakness, and then they're gonna exploit you even harder.
Of course. And especially in Europe, where sometimes a constitutional claim costs like $5, why don't you do it? I've filed at least 30 constitutional claims so far. Because why not? I mean, really, and it's funny, especially because it doesn't matter how many of them you win. It's enough if you win one of them, and you'll see the Cathedral media recoiling, and just for that alone, and it's worth it. Trust me. So yeah, keep on the lawfare, because it's glorious and it works. It absolutely works.
It works, but results aren't instant. You have to be patient. I know it's difficult, but you gotta be patient.
Justice turns slowly, but they always do. CNN. Canadian fashion designer indicted on sex trafficking charges, according to U.S. prosecutors. A Finnish-Canadian designer was arrested in Canada Monday after he was indicted in the U.S. for allegedly using his fashion business as a facade of legitimacy in order to conceal sex trafficking and other illegal activity, federal prosecutors allege. The indictment, which was filed on November the 23rd but not unsealed until Tuesday, charges Peter Nygård with 9 counts of including sex trafficking and racketeering charges, and alleges that between 1995 and 2020, Jesus Christ, man, Nygård and other employees allegedly used modeling and other fashion industry jobs to lure victims into Nygård's orbit and keep them there. Victims were then forcibly sexually assaulted, drugged, and or coerced into sexual contact with Nygård, the indictment claims. Many of the alleged victims were underage girls who came from disadvantaged backgrounds or had a history of abuse. Nygård was arrested on Monday by Canadian authorities and is in custody in Winnipeg. He's awaiting the bail and extradition proceedings, according to a press release from the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. He was a chairman of Nygård International until February, when he stepped down after his offices were raided by U.S. authorities. A Canadian provisional arrest request revealed the long-term investigation by U.S. authorities into Nygård, including interviews with more than 24 alleged victims, and that he had at least 40 different corporate entities organized around the world, and that they maintain numerous assets, including real estates, yachts, and other property in multiple countries. Well, that's another crime. Ken Friedman, a spokesman for Peter Nygård, had no comment when contacted by CNN on Tuesday, of course. Friedman previously told CNN after Nygård's company's offices in New York City and California were raided that the allegations were false and intended to damage Nygård and his businesses. Nygård welcomes the federal investigation and expects his name to be cleared, Friedman said in a statement in February to CNN. According to Nygård International's now removed website, he was known for his fast-to-market clothing that uses an electronic system to quickly move clothes from being designed to stores. The indictment, unsealed Tuesday, mentions at least dozens of adult and minor-aged females who were alleged victims of Nygård, and prosecutors are asking any other victims to come forward. Prosecutors said that Nygård and some of his employees used fraud, force, and coercion to cause the victims to engage in commercial sex, and allegedly maintained adult and minor female victims for Nygård's sexual gratification, and on occasion the gratification of Nygård's personal friends and business associates. Nygård maintained control over his victims through threats, promises to grant or withhold modeling opportunities and other career advancement, granting and withholding of financial support, and by other coercive means, including constant surveillance, restrictions of movement, and physical isolation, the indictment said. Pamper parties were gatherings allegedly paid for with Nygård's business funds that offered free food, drinks, and spa services, and prosecutors alleged that they were another way that Nygård and some of his employees recruited victims, the indictment claims. Some of his employees screened the attendees for their physical appearance to confirm that they would appeal to Nygård before allowing them onto the Nygård property, the indictment claims. Parties often happened at his private island in the Bahamas, but prosecutors allege Nygård engaged in sexual assault and sex trafficking in the United States, Bahamas, Canada, and elsewhere, often using his employees and company funds to intimidate, threaten, and corruptly persuade people who alleged wrongdoing, the indictment said. Oh, so they bought them off, basically. The allegations match claims the victims made publicly available in lawsuits filed by attorneys Greg Gutzler and Lisa Haba, who told CNN that more than 100 victims have come forward with allegations of abuse since they filed a suit on behalf of 10 anonymous women against him in February. It really has been an international human trafficking ring of a magnitude we've never seen. Oh, you're gonna see bigger than this. This one is small. Lisa Haba told CNN in a March interview months before Nguyen's arrest and indictment. These two attorneys said they have spoken to former employees who worked for Nguyen and told them about their roles in luring, drugging, and paying alleged victims of the designer. They were company employees and they were employed merely to effectuate sex trafficking, the sex trafficking ring, I guess. CNN get an editor. That was their job. That's okay. After news of the arrest, Gutzler said in a statement to CNN that the team representing victims hopes Nguyen's accomplices and co-conspirators are brought to justice. On behalf of the dozens of survivors, blah, 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 blah. All right. I'm sure this guy is a scumbag. I'm more than willing to bet today that at least 3/4 of the allegations are true. And I'm also willing to bet that the prosecutors have forgotten a few others that could have been added to the rap sheet. Isn't it interesting that ever since the ascension of the Trump administration, we've seen more and more of this, especially after 2018, when maybe some of you may remember in 2018, at the guidance of the Trump administration, many what you would call deep state structures have basically gotten the green light to start raiding many of these sex trafficking, human trafficking rings all over the world. And at that point it was barely reported in the press, and it was considered that maybe it's a witch hunt, maybe Trump is hunting someone specifically. No. Well, yeah, someone specifically, all of those pedos that have their rings. There's quite a lot of them in it. What's interesting is that now we're supposed to pretend, and especially the Canadian authorities are pretending that, from 1995 and to 2020, and we only learned this now because the indictment from the US was unsealed, really. Really. So nobody knew. In 25 years. I remember talking about this guy in 2010 in one of my anti-feminist podcasts and giving him as an example of, if you want to see real oppression, how about you look for this guy? And that was 10 years ago, right?
That's exactly why I put this article, not only because I've seen a lot of parallels in modus operandi between this guy and Epstein, but also because I vaguely remember that name. Probably haven't you mentioned it at one point in anti-feminist propaganda?
Yes, I did in 2010 for sure. October or November 2010, in one of my podcasts that I used to do then. I was doing them on Blog Talk Radio, I think. I remember mentioning Nguyen specifically because I had a Finnish guest who was willing to discuss a little bit more about that, but even he was a little bit iffy about it, because at the time in Finland it was still more of a rumor, although in other countries it wasn't a rumor at all. If a random anti-feminist dude from middle of nowhere in Western Romania figured it out 10 years ago, you're telling me that the chief constable of the police in Canada couldn't figure it out until they got a fax or an email from US prosecutors last month? Really?
Well, it's probably that their hands are too full right now, chasing all the people who are breaking quarantine and the draconian rules that are in Soviet Kazakhstan right now.
Someone is not wearing a muzzle. That's a very important and urgent case. Someone is running an international sex trafficking ring. Are they wearing muzzles or okay?
But there's also another common thread between Nigard and Epstein, Prince Andrew. It's on both of their lists.
it could be that because Canada is still technically an English dominion, and I'm just saying.
and they want to be right like that. Because the Queen at least 30 years ago told them, if you want to do a land reform, you can do it. We're not gonna get inside it at all. But they still prefer to have the whip of the Queen on their backside.
Yes, I mean, if they wanted to stop being an English dominion, the Queen has been waiting for them to give the royal assent to that more than 30 years, actually, since the 80s. It's almost 40 years. In any event, if you want to look for parallels, there is a similar but smaller scandal like that over here in Yash. Needless to say, one politician from National Liberals is involved in it, and that's why I know about it, because I started digging dirt on anyone that has a National Liberal after his name. The scandal hasn't yet erupted in the entirety of the Cathedral media. I suspect it will by next week. But yeah, there's a very similar one. Same thing with multiple corporate entities. But the one in Yash was actually a lot smarter, because he had two operations: one for victims of a poor background and a history of abuse, and just like New Guard, and the other one for young militant activists. so you would attract both progressive young ladies and very poor young ladies who didn't know better. So you have more diversity in his particular sex ring. But yeah, these kinds of things are real. Oftentimes they're not a secret at all. What was it? I think it was December the 8th when I traveled back from the Far East after the election, because I had like nine hours in the same train. I started looking at various movies that I had saved on my laptop, and one of them was a documentary made in 2014 about managers of child actors, and the fact that many of them are pedos. And the documentary was made. It's a very mainstream documentary. I'm going to leave the link so you can download it. I believe I'm breaking copyright law if I do that, right? But who cares? It's an external link, so YouTube won't care. And the documentary was made in such a calm fashion, because throughout the documentary it was like, yeah, it's a secret, but not really. So it's the worst kept secret. That in child actors, generally managers of young actors, even if they're not children, modeling agencies and all of that, not all of them, but many of them, maybe even a majority of them, are at least in part sex rings. Now, admittedly, some of this wouldn't be happening if the legislation wouldn't be treating prostitution so terribly. Because in this case it is definitely a case of abuse, but in others it's not. It's just that it's one of the few ways that you can actually have a brothel without calling it a brothel, because the law disagrees, right? In this case, it's not. No, this guy should be buried underneath the jail, for sure. But in others, it is. So yeah, but it's really, really fun that to see the press going out. But it's an unprecedented scale. No, it's not. There are bigger fish than this one. This one is a medium-sized fish, right? So it's not a small fish for sure, but there are bigger ones.
And you just have to dig in Southeast Asia in particular.
Right, Cambodia.
Yes, particularly Cambodia. Yep, exactly.
Just dig up the past of every single tourist that got into Cambodia from 1995, okay, until present day, including now. I mean, don't you dare to think that just because some people are coughing from the COVID-19, any of this stopped. No, it didn't. Of course, it didn't.
No.
So if you want to, if you're so fascinated by this, because I know some people that are spending maybe even a lifetime investigating these kinds of things, take a trip to Cambodia and get a list of tourists and start digging. You can pick
it is. You can just go to External Affairs for $500. They'll give you a huge list
of course, yes.
that you're going to spend your entire life researching.
Yeah, you just have to physically travel to Cambodia and get the right official to bribe, and we'll give you a huge file, kind of like this thick, with the list of names of and nationality of all the tourists from the period that it's available immediately, or if you want to pay more, you can get it for 20 years or even more, and just start at random, because it's usually one way to curate the list is those who traveled with the family, take them off the list immediately, because those are the least likely to be what you're looking for, and then everyone else that traveled alone, it doesn't matter if it's men and women. Women do these kinds of sex tourism as well, although not so much in Cambodia. They usually do it in Zanzibar.
They do it in Africa.
Yeah, Zanzibar, Namibia. Those are usually the destinations for women who go.
And Jamaica.
And Jamaica, yes, of course. And there are a few others, yes. And a lot less, though, in Cambodia. Thailand, is another place where women go for sex tourism. So good luck. And at this rate, it's going to be probably 2030 or 2035 until we're going to see the first sex ring busted with women at it as its main customers, right? Because most people don't look at women pedophiles and women abusers, although there are quite a lot of them. But at some point some of that will have to come out.
But in order to get to that level, first the narrative, the Overton window has to be shifted in the direction that yes, even women can be pedophiles.
Oh, there are quite a lot of them.
Yeah, there are quite a lot of them. But
if we are to believe the studies from Germany, which are the only legit studies on pedophiles, about a third of pedophiles are women. Yes, about a third of pedophiles are women. At least a third, right? So it's not really that uncommon as people seem to think. And again, I'm very specific here. I'm talking about pedophiles, right? It's going after prepubescent minors. This guy Newgard, I don't think he's a pedophile. Most of his minors were really 16, 17, which may be illegal in some US states, but it's definitely not the same thing that I'm thinking about. All right, speaking of Germany, Deutsche Welle, let's move over closer to home, very close to home actually, just a few train stops from here. Deutsche Welle, Hungary passes law banning same-sex adoption, speaking of pedophiles.
Fake news, by the way.
Hungarian lawmakers on Tuesday passed a law that bans same-sex couples from adopting children. Prime Minister Viktor Orbán's conservative government proposed the legislation earlier this year as his Fidesz party has a 2/3 majority in the parliament. The law says only married couples can adopt children and single people can only adopt with special permission from the state. Do you have a license for that, mate? Adoption by gay and lesbian couples had been possible until now if one partner applied as a single person. Hungarian Family Affairs Minister Katalin Novak, a conservative who promotes the traditional family model, who would now have to give her approval to requests from single people. Gay marriage is haram in Hungary. Hungary's parliament also backed a change to the constitution that defined what a family is. The mother is a woman, the father is a man, the amendment said. Rights groups and LGBT activists say it excludes alternative family types. Yeah, that's the point.
Those that don't exist.
They also argue the changes have been rammed through at a time when protests have been severely restricted owing to the coronavirus pandemic. That's fake news. You lefties have been holding protests, huge protests in Budapest all over 2020. You can protest this one too. So you're not just whining, basically. The move comes after one of Fidesz's MEPs resigned from his post after being caught at a gay sex party in Brussels in breach of local cough restrictions. József Sawyer, a married 59-year-old father of one, was found by police in a nearby street with blood on his hands after trying to flee the scene by climbing through a window. Sawyer was one of Orbán's most loyal lieutenants for many years, helping him author some of his socially conservative policies. Orbán's government, which champions a hard line on immigration, has made several constitutional reforms since coming to power in 2010. Well, technically, what they're saying, yeah, sure, the law itself doesn't say adoption by same-sex couples is haram, but it does make it in practice impossible. I mean, there's no way to observe this law and adopt as a gay couple. So, because you said it's fake news.
Yeah. Based on the definition, when they define the family as made of a man and a woman, yes, very controversial for some of the people, mostly who don't watch this channel. Yeah, how are you going to argue when you go to adopt a kid that
you want to offer a welcoming family? Oh, wait, by law you're not a family.
By law you're not a family.
The door is that way. Next.
Psych.
All right. Now, as for the case of József Sawyer, right? It's been it hasn't been really drummed up in the English language press. The case of József Sawyer was a lot more discussed in the Of course, in the Hungarian press, of course, in the French language press, in the German language press, and in ours. I mean, it was quite discussed over here as well, and that's probably because József Sawyer used to routinely visit Romania, and it's a relatively known figure here as well, not just among the Hungarian community. But you know, the fact that he may or may not be a homo does not mean that much. I mean, really, it doesn't.
Yeah, exactly. Even I've seen in the English media, I'm not sure, I don't remember exactly which news agency posted it, but I've seen an article about József Sawyer, and I didn't understand this aspect. Well, if he's gay, does it not mean that he cannot be a conservative? Is it some kind of exclusion clause if you're homosexual, then you can be conservative as well?
Well, it may be an exclusion clause in the Conservative Inc. Right, you know, conservative, capital C, Conservative Incorporated. You know, the board of directors of the CEOs of Conservative Incorporated, capital C, Conservative Incorporated, have decided that homos thou shalt not be conservative. That's not how reality works. No. Really, it doesn't. And one of the aspects that, even though it's a publicly available information, it has been publicly available information for decades now, it's still routinely ignored, sometimes intentionally, sometimes out of ignorance or stupidity, but it's routinely ignored. Most homosexual men actually disagree with the notion of gay marriage, and almost all disagree with the notion of gay adoption. They do. In France, homosexual men in particular, they've been voting for the far right, which has been explicitly anti-gay marriage, with a majority of 2-1 for more than 20 years, and long before gay marriage had been a thing in France. And usually the rationale being, yeah, sure, in the past it was Front National, now Rassemblement National. They would say, yeah, sure, the Front National doesn't want to give us gay marriage, which we already don't want. But they're also against those people who would throw us off the buildings. So, you know, I'm just saying. Same thing in the United States, right? I mean, what's the organization's name? Log Cabin Republicans, I think.
Yeah.
You know, that has been a thing for 50 years. There has always been a significant contingent, sometimes a majority, sometimes a minority, depending on how the culture swings, but there has always been a contingent of non-straight people, and particularly homosexual men, who actually disagree with most or all of the theses proposed by the LGBT religion.
Yeah, but people still cannot differentiate between normal homosexual men and the LGBT sort.
Right.
They always see the LGBT sort and think, yeah, this is also a mistake that the right makes, that everything that's
conflating the two,
yeah,
right?
Yeah, exactly conflating the two. That, oh yeah, if you're homosexual, that means you must be LGBT. Well, not really.
Not really.
Not really. Okay, I don't blame those who due to their location they haven't met a gay person,
right? Because
that's the worst crime that you can do is be ignorant about it. But then those that have met people and they are and they're not, most of the times the homosexuals are not those flamboyant types that will dance with a pink G-string at the gay parade.
right.
The vast majority of them aren't, and those are just for show. It's a kabuki theater.
Right, and that's why the left really hated and still does hate my friend Milo.
Yes, yeah, exactly.
Because Milo was exactly their worst nightmare, right? Because he was at the same time, and is, although now he's no longer that flamboyant, but he's usually and was during his big shows was, you know, a flamboyant bundle of sticks, whilst at the same time during his you know, what was it called, Dangerous Bundle of Sticks tour, right, while at the same time going with a militant conservative message, right? I mean, you know, people like that, they tend to bring in more people in the conservative tent than 100,000 conservative academics. Right, there's one person who actually can bring in more people than that's why I'm not a big fan, and maybe I shouldn't say I have never been a fan, but definitely I'm not a fan now, and haven't been in the last 3 or 4 years of book club conservatives, right? people who only look at things via their own bookshelf, right? And quote big personalities all the time. And now I think conservatism can be and has to be a lot more than that, especially more populistic. Because at the end of the day, if we're talking about social conservative policies or fiscal conservative policies, if we cannot make the argument on how are those useful for the average person who doesn't have the time to read, Walter E. Williams, may he rest in peace, or Professor Thomas Sowell, or whatever, Adam Smith, you name it. They don't have the time. But if you can't make the argument for those people, then you don't deserve to win the elections, you don't deserve power. And that's why they don't like Fidesz, because Fidesz in Hungary has been able to do that. Now I know, but Fidesz is also a very corrupt political party. Name me one political party that isn't corrupt. I'll wait. Okay? I'll wait. If you can show me a political party that has more than 3 members, that isn't rife with corruption, please, I'll wait. I'm willing to investigate. If you're gonna ever try to come at me with an example, I'll be willing to spend the time investigating and proving you wrong. Yep. All political parties are rife with corruption. That's why I'm not a big fan of the generic anti-corruption message. Yeah, well, if you want to abolish political parties altogether, I guess that being anti-corruption kind of makes sense. But creating an anti-corruption political party, like it's been done here twice already, that's funny. But no, that's not how this works.
No, it does work, and some people call it corruption, other people call it lobbying.
Yeah, that's one aspect where the United States is light years ahead of Europe, because at least in the United States they're honest about it. They just have a lobbying firm and whatnot. I'm hoping I will be able to find the exact footage so I can show it to you. This is the lobby. Where the term lobbyist became a thing, it's very interesting, and of course it has a lot of ashtrays. It's usually where the politicians would hang around and could meet with random people who would just come in and in that particular lobby, and that's how the term lobbyist became a thing. But what I like about the Americans is they at least legalized it and brought it into the open, and you can know who is the lobbyist and what he or she is lobbying for and to whom. Whereas in Europe, most of these deals are still hidden away from the public eye, not because necessarily the lobbyists want them to be hidden. Of course, some of them, they want them to be hidden, but not all of them. I wouldn't care necessarily if I would have to, because I already do. But I wouldn't care if I would have to openly disclose that I meet with politicians in order to forward conservative policies. I'm proud of it. I mean, are you kidding? But you have to do them somewhat. I should say unregulated, I guess, because in Europe it's still some sort of a taboo that lobbyists exist, pressure groups exist, even though the whole edifice of the European Commission is constructed in such a way that pressure groups are mandatory. So it's a lot of hypocrisy there. And besides, I haven't seen yet, did Sawyer got caught actually engaging in homosexual activity? Because as far as I remember, that was an orgy with both men and women.
No, but what they were saying is that it was a gay orgy, and he was found naked outside.
Oh my goodness, what a crime. What a crime.
Yeah, at worst it could be a crime of public indecency, and not even then knowing how the gender Hungarians are. But that's another discussion.
Right.
Being naked on the street is not exactly
right. I mean, just look up how many porn studios per capita are in Budapest compared to every single other capital in the world.
Well, now it depends, because Pornhub got a jihad on the vast majority of their movies.
Right, and I'm talking about the studios, not the broadcasters. The production studios. At least in Europe, almost all of them are now in Budapest. Really, they're now using a huge landline to get internet from Romania because it's faster. But they're all located in Budapest, precisely because Budapest gives them a tax regime that is superior to every other EU country, really. And also a general regime that is much better. I mean, the illiberal, socially conservative, puritanical Fidesz regime actually has fewer regulations on this kind of degeneracy than London. All right.
It was even the standard in the past. Let's remember that there was a period not too far long ago, as in even in the last century, when prostitution was legal. Prostitution is still legal in Germany, even though a lot of bureaucracy behind it, but still.
Technically speaking, prostitution is not legal in Hungary, but it's widely tolerated, just like here.
But I was talking about being strictly legal. It's strictly legal in Germany, and not even 100 years ago it was legal in a lot of countries in Europe that were much more socially conservative than they are now. Even in Romania it was legal in the 20s.
And in the 30s.
And in the 30s,
in the 30s, we were technically a theocracy.
Yeah, a theocracy that had streets full of brothels in the middle of the capital. So
yes, and not just brothels, but brothels for lesbians. Unfortunately, she died in 2009. One of the last survivors of the she used to have been I forget her name, god damn it. She only gave one interview to the media in 2006. She would own not just one but several brothels for lesbians, and that was in the 30s, in the theocracy with a literally fascist government. I'm just saying, man. The reason we went off this tangent is to precisely show just how intolerant today is the so-called tolerant left-wing media. Significantly less tolerant than some of the harshest theocrat conservatives of just the recent past, or the present for that matter. I mean, József Sawyer has been routinely dubbed as a very intolerant man and whatnot, but as it turns out, well, I would still rather grab another coffee with Mr. Sawyer than with any of the Deutsche Welle editors, really. I'm just saying. All right, moving a bit further to the west.
Yeah, we're gonna need a notice for this one.
Oh yes, let me grab my nose. Deutsche Welle: Paris City Hall fined over employing too many women in top jobs. France's Public Service Ministry has fined the Paris city authorities for employing too many women in senior positions in 2018. The appointments breached the law passed to maintain a gender balance. The city has been fined 90,000 euros for appointing 11 women and 5 men, representing just over 30% to top posts in 2018. This fine is obviously absurd, unfair, irresponsible and dangerous, says Paris Mayor Anne Hidalgo during a meeting of the City Council on Tuesday. Yes, we need to promote women with determination and vigor, because everywhere France is still lagging behind on that issue, she added. According to the 2013 rule, one sex cannot account for more than 60% of nominations to senior positions. The law was aimed at getting women better access to top jobs in the civil service. Currently, about 47% of all civil servants in senior positions at the Paris City Hall are women. France's Public Service Minister Adèle Montchalin took to Twitter to confirm that the fine had been levied for 2018. The absurd rule has since been repealed, she added. I want the fine paid by Paris for 2018 to finance concrete actions to promote women in the public service. I invite you to do to the ministry to discuss them, she said in a message to the Paris mayor.
Yeah, Paris right now.
So let me get this straight. You have garbage on the streets. You have vigorous scientific debates in Paris, vigorous political debates. I mean, the whole discussion with the security law is still not over. Just 2 days ago, a few other police officers were burned alive in the street. And then you have this. Too many women in the civil service. And we should move to France.
No.
I mean, we have a lot of honk here, but this is just top tier honk.
This is honk, not honk.
Honk. I mean, we're never gonna get this kind of honk here in Romania. We just never. I can't imagine. Can you imagine the CNCD issuing these kinds of fines? I mean, that would be hilarious. No, seriously, they abolished it because what? Oh, because finally it affected women. The insane rule was in force for about 7 years because for as long as it affected men, no one cared. Once it started affecting women, then suddenly it was a problem and had to be abolished. This is a timeless lesson of history in terms of politics. If you want to get a policy abolished, make sure it affects women as much as possible. Because once that happens, enough in the society will start giving a damn and it will be helicoptered away. That's just how it works. Because I'm pretty sure, I don't know 100% sure, but I do know for more than 99% certainty, because there are a few people that I've met 4 years ago whom I taught them this kind of tactic. Just keep an eye on all of these socialist bureaucracies, and when they breach their own rules, make sure you'll be the first one to file a complaint. And I'm pretty sure someone filed a complaint, and it's one of the people that I instructed to do so. I forgot to email them, but I will, and I will come back to this statement and correct it in case it's not one of the people that I instructed to do so. Because I remember that at the time Anne Hidalgo was having a great political rise in local politics, and I was saying that's the most likely one to breach her own rules. That's why. But yeah, that's basically how you do it. Just how we did it in Romania when finally it became mainstream enough that November 19th is the International Men's Day. Then we lobbied to get it legally recognized here. And once it got recognized, I waited for the next March 8th and started writing to the city halls and asking them how would they like to pay us, I don't know, the exact same amount of shekels that they're giving to feminist organizations every March 8th. And surprise, surprise, immediately almost all of the mayors in the same day they issued a public statement. Oh, sorry, as of this year we no longer have money for March 8th. There you go, and of course all of the feminists were pissed off because half of those organizations no longer exist today because they're all living off of those kinds of grants from the public purse.
Yeah, kind reminder: make the enemy live by his own book of rules.
Yep, Saul Alinsky may have been a leftist, but the observations that he made are not inherently left-wing or inherently right-wing or inherently authoritarian or inherently libertarian. They are just rules about human nature and rules about how groups work, and especially pressure groups work. Yeah, of course they should be used. But it's still funny to see Anne Hidalgo complaining that she was fined by the Ministry of Social Affairs, a ministry that she herself militated in the streets in order to get it created in the first place. That's why I'm loving it, when these kinds of schmucks get hit in the teeth by their own creation. It's glorious, glorious. The Guardian. Faceberg will move UK users to US terms, avoiding the EU privacy laws. Facebook will shift all of its users in the United Kingdom into user agreements with the corporate headquarters in California, moving them out of their current relationship with Facebook's Irish unit and out of reach of Europe's privacy laws. The change takes effect next year and follows a similar move announced in February by Google. Those companies and others have European head offices in Dublin, and the UK's exit from the EU will change its legal relationship with Ireland, which remains in the Union. Initially, sources briefed on the matter told Reuters about the move. Faceberg later confirmed it. Like other companies, Faceberg has had to make changes to respond to Brexit and will be transferring legal responsibilities and obligations for UK users from Facebook Ireland to Facebook Incorporated. There will be no change to the privacy controls or the services Faceberg offers to the people in the United Kingdom, the company said. Facebook's UK users will remain subject to UK privacy law, which for now tracks the European Union's GDPR. Faceberg is making the change partly because the EU privacy regime is among the world's strictest, according to people familiar with the company, and according to anyone has been struck by GDPR bollocks. Anyway, the European Union rules give granular control to users over data about them. In addition, the US Cloud Act, passed in 2018, set a way for the UK and the US to more easily exchange data about cloud computing users. Privacy advocates fear the United Kingdom may move to an even looser data privacy regime, especially as it pursues a trade deal with the US, which offers far fewer protections. Some also worry that the United Kingdom Facebook users could more easily be subject to surveillance by US intelligence agencies or data requests from law enforcement. If I were British, I would be much more afraid of the GCSE than any US intelligence service.
Was it not GCHQ? Or
GCHQ, sorry,
yeah, GCHQ.
Yeah, right. GCHQ, yeah. I would be much more afraid of those people than even really the CIA or the NSA. Anyway, the bigger the company, the more personal data they hold, the more they are likely to be subject to surveillance duties or requirements to hand over data to the US government, says Jim Killock, the executive director of the UK-based non-profit Open Rights Group. Non-profit, right. US courts have held that constitutional protections against unreasonable searches do not apply to non-citizens overseas.
Which is true.
Well, of course, it's the US Constitution, not the world Constitution. UK information industry regulators said they had been in touch with Faceberg, along with companies keeping European headquarters as Brexit nears. We are aware of Faceberg's plans and will continue to engage with the company in the new year, said a spokeswoman at the Information Commissioner's office. In other words, she said nothing. Twitter spokesman said its UK users will continue to be handled by the company's Dublin office. Facebook will inform users of the shift in the next 6 months, a spokesman said, giving them the option to stop using the world's largest social network and its Instagram and WhatsApp services, assuming that Facebook will still own Instagram and WhatsApp soon enough. Yeah. Anyway, the decision comes at a time when the UK is escalating efforts to ban strong encryption, which Faceberg is moving to implement on all of its products. The UK, like the European Union, is also pressuring Faceberg on a number of other fronts, including hate speech and terrorism policies. The US may also pursue new laws on privacy and social media content, and federal and state prosecutors recently launched antitrust lawsuits, as I was talking about, against both Faceberg's and Alphabet's Gulag. Still, the tech lobbyists expect that the US tech regulations will remain more industry-friendly than those in the United Kingdom. I wouldn't expect that, really. Go ahead.
Well, yeah, the Facebook is right when they say that the EU's laws are the most messed up on the planet.
They're not necessarily the strictest, though. I mean, yeah, strict if you are Faceberg and is making a lot of shekels off of private data. Then in that case, it is strict.
Is it really private data when you as the individual giving it freely away?
Yeah, there's two sets of data that Facebook owns. One of the first set, which until recently was the largest one, is indeed the one that the individual is giving freely away. Now, my concern is not with that one. It's with the tracking that Facebook does off the platform, which is not freely given away by the individual to Faceberg. You can test this at home, basically. Try putting a sandbox browser and open up a login with the Faceberg, and then track all of the cookies and start visiting, news websites and things like that. And Faceberg tracks all of that, and they vacuum all of that data as well. And that's just way too much. I mean, it is an excess that should be curbed because, yeah, I agree to give to Faceberg my propaganda, basically, because that's all I post on Facebook. But I don't agree to Faceberg to give them my search history, my browsing history, all of the news websites that I read, all of the particular news stories that I'm reading and what that I don't read, and Facebook tries to get that one too. Now, of course, I have a lot of script blockers in the browsers that I use, so Facebook doesn't have that data from me, but it does have it from more than 1 billion people.
Everybody else.
Right. So this particular issue is a very complicated one because, on one hand, fuck Facebook, fuck Gulag, who cares if they suffer? It's probably a good thing. But on the other hand, the GDPR is unadulterated cancer. I've spoken about the GDPR.
We've been saying it constantly. It's still just as cancer as it first came into law.
Yeah, but when it came into force in 2018, I was in Chicago and I made a video specifically about GDPR in the day that it became law. And I said it's going to be fucking terrible. And then 1 year and a half later, I made a video with all of the studies that came out since it became law, showing just how fucking terrible it is. So yes, it is unadulterated cancer. So I'm not surprised that at least Faceberg is trying to, as much as possible, to at least avoid that one. Even small businesses are trying their best to avoid GDPR by keeping servers in Serbia, in Ukraine, even in Turkey. I mean, even Erdogan's censorship is still sometimes better to tolerate than GDPR, because if you're a company that sells toys, it's probably better to keep your servers in Turkey than to keep them in Germany, right, or Ireland, or Spain, or Romania, or whatever, or Bulgaria. So there's that.
Yeah, we actually have a vested interest having one of the fastest speeds on the world on the internet.
We should be more involved in the debate.
Well, was it even a debate when GDPR was voted in and shoved down our throats? It wasn't exactly, as far as I remember.
Yes, I remember that when GDPR was being discussed, which the discussion started, I think, in 2012, including yours truly. There were about 30 people in the whole country who even knew that this was a thing. I mean, you're usually the Association for Protection of Privacy. We're the only ones who even gave a damn. Most politicians had no idea about this. Most in the press, even those that we did send information, the press didn't understand the issue. They only started understanding it in 2018 when it became law.
When it was too late.
Yeah, when it started applying to them, and they're like, holy shit, what the hell is this? And I'm like, hello, remember 6 years ago? There you go. So there's that. And that's the problem with the European Union, because oftentimes you cannot keep up with all of these lunacy. It's just so much of it. The EU calls it a democracy deficit, but if you were to no longer have a democracy deficit but keep the same system that the European Union has right now, it would mean that at least 100 million people in the European Union would have it as their job to lobby the European Commission. Only then it would be no longer democracy deficit. Of course, that's impossible. You cannot have 100 million people out of 500, the population of the EU, right? You cannot have 25% of the population of the EU being busy in doing lobby work, being a lobbyist. It's just not possible. A society cannot function with a quarter of its population, right, or 20%, a fifth of its population being lobbyists. That's just absurd. But yeah, and to give an example, it's the new copyright directive, which was supposed to come into force in January. It didn't. It was postponed to June. Then in June it was postponed to June 2021. Probably it's gonna come into force in June 2021. It's gonna be an even bigger clusterfuck than GDPR, because well. Let me put it this way. You remember those pieces of news that sounded a bit alarmist, but they were mostly true, with tax on the links?
Oh yeah, I remember them. Yeah.
That's the copyright directive for you. And the only people to whom it doesn't apply is those who a priori declare that all of their content is part of Creative Commons. Guess who are the first and so far the only news agencies that did that? Russia Today, Al Jazeera, most of conspiracist blogs, and that's it. So basically, the only way to quote something, if you're an independent journalist, is to quote Russia Today.
Or quote some conspiracies like Zero Hedge.
Zero Hedge is not located in Europe, and it's very unlikely for the Commission to try to even enforce it on Zero Hedge. But Russia Today is big enough that, and it has headquarters in multiple places in Europe. So Russia Today is more likely to be subjected to it. So as a preemptive measure, they announced it proudly. Well, not really proudly, because it's somewhere in a corner of the website. It's not given prominent, but it's piece of news by Russia Today. As of today, for the 27 members of the European Union, our content is presumed Creative Commons, all of the videos, all of the texts, everything. So basically, if you want to legally quote a piece of news, you're going to have to wait for Russia Today to offer you the Russian perspective of that particular piece of news.
Yeah, it's going to from this aspect, it's going to create an even bigger echo chamber.
Yep.
In the European Union with all the news agencies, because let's admit that we've seen it here, that the news media outlets couldn't survive if they took money from the government in order to voluntarily lie for the government. And now they're gonna grab this one both hands, because they're gonna look at it. Oh yeah, we got this way of
getting more shekels,
of getting more money by suing absolutely everybody into oblivion. And this may probably apply to us.
No, I don't think so, because we're doing it on YouTube. But and there's another aspect. I've already prepared the legal defense for it. I'm not concerned at all, because basically what I'm going to do is get the written consent of the news outlets that are in Europe, that I care about, and for all the rest I'm going to quote US websites, and there you go. I'm not giving you a shekel for it. So there's that. But what's more interesting is that I'm not considering it from a personal perspective. I'm considering it from a societal perspective, a civilizational perspective, because most people will definitely not bother to read the intricacies of these because it's very complicated legalese, and not to mention, as it's always the case with the EU directives, they're only created as original text in English, German, maybe French, and that's pretty much it. And for everyone else, they get, more or less terrible translations that don't fit the jurisprudence of every country. And then you get the cluster-fucking courts. Because the courts, of course, they're going to judge first with the jurisprudence of their own country. So good luck enforcing it. It's going to be terrible. And Faceberg is trying to avoid as much as possible of that. Because technically speaking, Faceberg would not be just subjected to GDPR, but also with all sorts of takedown notices. Basically, if you copy paste one or two paragraphs from a piece of news to comment it on your own Faceberg wall or timeline or whatever, technically speaking, Faceberg could be subjected to a takedown notice to remove your post for no other reason than just because you accurately quoted a news report. Isn't the European Union lovely? So yeah, fuck Faceberg on one hand, but fuck the EU as well. As Victoria Nuland used to say, fuck the EU. She was Obama appointee.
She was way ahead of her time.
Yeah. Obama appointee. By the way, speaking of the lefties who are like, oh, but Obama was much friendlier with Europe. Yeah, his main appointee in relation with Ukraine during the Maidan. Fuck the EU. That's an exact quote from Victoria Nuland. So I'm just saying. That's why I laugh at all of these European lefties who are like, oh, but if we get Biden, it's going to be a better relationship. Don't count on that. Don't count on that. Because a lot of Democrats despise you as well, and for good reason. All right. I'm going to need my nose for this one as well. Telegraph. It's not racist to describe someone as black, says John Barnes. A major row has erupted over racism scandal to engulf the Champions League after John Barnes proclaimed there was nothing wrong with the match official describing an African coach as the black one. Former Liverpool and England midfielder Barnes leapt to the defense of Sebastian Colcescu, whose alleged abuse of Pierre Webo saw both teams walk off the pitch during the Paris Saint-Germain game against Istanbul Başakşehir on Tuesday night. The unprecedented scenes also sparked warnings that teams walking off could now become commonplace if they encountered racism, with England in danger of being among them after Gareth Southgate revealed that they may refuse to follow the 3 strikes rule currently in force for dealing with such incidents. But Tuesday's walk-off also sparked a row after over whether fourth official Colcescu's alleged words even constituted abuse, which would carry a career-ending 10-match ban, with Jose Mourinho, Brendan Rodgers, and prominent anti-racism campaigners denouncing it as such, but Barnes insisting otherwise. Doubt was also cast on whether it was Colcescu or a colleague who had been caught on the microphone, while allegations emerged from Romania that the match officials had themselves been called gypsies. The alleged racial slur against former Cameroon striker Webo occurred when he was shown a red card for vehemently protesting a referee decision, with the Romanian term negru, or the black one, used to identify him to the referee. Barnes, a victim of shocking racism abuse himself while a player and now a prominent commentator on discrimination within society, responding to the outcry over the incident by posting images of the Başak Şehir coach staff on Twitter and writing, "It's not racist to describe the offender as the black one. We're telling people to call us black. He doesn't know his name, and there are 6 or 7 coaches standing together, all Turkish. One has to be sent off." The ref says, "Which one?" "Well, the black one." What else can he say to let the ref know? Why can't you describe a black man as being a black man? Barnes stood by his remarks even after being challenged over whether a white coach would be described in similar terms. His view was echoed by Benfica manager Jorge Jesus, who has also branded racism storms as very fashionable, but Tottenham Hotspur boss Mourinho, Leicester City's Rodgers, and anti-racism campaigners all disagreed. Who cares what you believe? UEFA confirmed that a disciplinary inspector had been appointed to conduct a disciplinary investigation into Tuesday night's scenes. Webo's red card was suspended pending the outcome of that investigation, allowing him to attend the conclusion of the abandoned match, which resumed on Wednesday night. The entire refereeing team was replaced for the game, including Colcescu, who appeared unlikely to officiate such a high-profile fixture. Again, fake news, by the way. Telegraph Sport has been told UEFA is aware of reports in the Romanian press that he previously attempted suicide after criticism of refereeing performances in domestic football, and that he has a duty of care towards the official. Power said referees needed to be trained not to use words likely to cause offense, adding, "If you don't know and understand the language around race, how are you going to deal with racism if it takes place on the field or in the stands?" Oh, really, Mr. Power? Let's try this. Ask a Croatian man, a Finnish man, and a Romanian man to show you the pula.
And the man from Botswana as well.
Yeah, and the man from Botswana. There you go. Yeah, a Botswanan man, a Romanian man, a Finnish man, and a Croatian walk into a bar, and they're all being asked, "What's the pula?" Yeah. Anyway, in Finnish, pula is some sort of a cake. In Croatia, is a city. In Romania is the dick, the male genitalia, and in Botswana is the national currency. So, if you don't know so let's rephrase Mr. Power's Powar, I guess, because he's Indian. Did I assume his ethnicity? Oh my God, sorry about that. If you don't understand the language around pula, how are you going to deal with pula if it takes place on the field or in the stands? There you go. So basically, are we expecting now with football referees to be not just trained in critical race theory, but also to be trained linguists in multiple languages, preferably at least 4 or 5? Really? In what universe is that even feasible? I mean, because the only way you can get that to be feasible is to put academics to be football referees, and academics don't have a good track record of physical fitness. I'm just saying. So yeah,
but it's even surprising that they're crying about this. But as our friend Philippe said, he actually makes a good point. Watch the Italian First League matches when they throw fucking bananas.
Oh right, and not just
on the field,
on the pitch, and not just Italy.
They all make bunky noises.
And not just Italy. I mean, Spain too.
Oh yeah, in Spain as well.
I mean, several black players in. I think of Barcelona had bananas thrown at them, and one particular one, I keep on forgetting his name, but it's a very famous episode, easy to find on YouTube. A banana was thrown at a black player from Barcelona while he was trying to kick off a corner, and he just took it and ate it, and then made jokes about it after the match, and he was like, "Yeah, come on, it's funny." And that's it. And that's how they flattened the racism scandal, because it was like, "Oh, come on, it's funny. Who cares? It's a football match." The point of the stadium is precisely so you'll be able to say almost anything, or preferably anything, because that's the stadium. It's the frustration valve of the society. Not to mention, just go when SS Lazio Roma has its home matches on the Olimpico, which is the glorious stadium in Rome. SS Lazio Roma stands for Società Sportiva, yes, but their fans are they have a different opinion on what that
What the
SS stands for, right?
Yeah.
And that's a very common fixture. Now, of course, this year hasn't been that much because most of the matches were played with behind closed doors because cough cough. But they'll be back soon enough. And whether they'll be back, do you think they'll be back with a different understanding on what SS stands for? No, of course not. Of course, this one happened in Turkey, right? Again, go to any match, home match of especially Galatasaray Istanbul. I mean, really, it's a whole different society during those, especially during the derbies with Fener, than what you see on the streets of Istanbul before and after the match. It's just a different reality, because that's the point of the stadium, right? But again, I'm very grateful for this incident because it has given us further ammunition to flatten the current government, because the Romanian government reacted terribly. I mean, even the National Liberals, their own party, were like, yeah, we didn't see this one right, because what happened was that the Ministry of External Affairs, they changed their what do you call it, the cover photo on Faceberg, of the official page of the Romanian Ministry for External Affairs, to put the UEFA anti-racism logo and whatever. Like, literally everyone disliked that. It's very rare to see especially on the page of the Ministry for External Affairs, it's very rare to see 100% of the comments in one direction. This happened.
and so much hatred at the same time.
Yes.
For a ministry that not a lot of people care about.
Yeah, and even when they do, it's usually a very nuanced position, precisely because especially people who do follow that particular page, they understand that diplomacy is a complicated thing and it requires nuance and whatnot. And then they came up with this nonsense, and everyone's like, no, that's insane. No, you know what, fuck this. And especially considering that a lot of people in this country have perceived it as capitulation to Erdogan's bullshit. Because that's what inflamed the tensions quite a lot, because Erdogan came in and said, oh my God, Ceausescu committed crimes against humanity, says the dictator. I mean, really? I mean, really? Come on. The UEFA investigation, because I called fake news on what the Telegraph is saying here, that but he's not gonna be at a such high tier fee fixture anytime ever again. They say no, he will be probably by the time of the quarterfinals. Ceausescu is back on the pitch in the UEFA Champions League for sure. Because what this one doesn't know is that one of the best friends of Webo is a guy who now permanently lives in Romania, and he played for about 10 years here, Usman Ndoye, that's his name, and because he played for 10 years in this country, of course he knows Ceausescu quite a lot. He was and is a top tier referee in the Romanian league, and basically called Pierre Webo and said, are you fucking insane? I mean, of all the referees in Romania, you got that one to call a racer? Are you really? No, that's just not true. Of course, the conflict between these three men basically is already flattened. So by the time UEFA starts the disciplinary hearings, it's gonna be So the scandal will be flattened. But I find it really, really funny that in the match between Istanbul Başakşehir and Paris Saint-Germain, played in Turkey with Turkish, French, African, and Romanians involved, right? Comes in Jose Mourinho. Who the hell asked his opinion on this? And Gareth Southgate again. Who asked your opinion about this? I find it really fascinating that anti-racist campaigners in the UK. Why do you care? What's your problem? Or I guess maybe the Brits are afraid that they might get another league-wide suspension like they got in the 80s. Maybe that's the okay. Most people watching this channel don't know anything about European football. So in the 80s, the fans of Liverpool decided to look up. It was the final match of the at that time European Championships Cup between Liverpool and Juventus, if I recall correctly. And the final was the fixture was played in Amsterdam, and the Liverpool fans got a hold of the plans of the stadium, and they noticed that one particular suspended stand was not really impeccably built. So they bought all of the tickets there, And much to the bad luck and misfortune of the Italian fans, the match didn't last for 90 minutes, but for 120 minutes. It was a draw after the end of the 90 minutes. And for 120 minutes, and even more of that, of course, because there was also the break time and whatnot, the fans kept on jumping up and down above the Italian fans. And eventually the whole thing collapsed and killed more than 150 Italian fans. It was a tragedy.
Yeah, it was a tragedy, but
it's funny, right?
Yeah.
I agree. And as a result, all of the English teams got suspended for several years from all European competitions due to the extreme behavior of the English fans.
Yeah,
because
what exactly was it their fault that the Dutch didn't build the one properly?
Yeah, because that's the reason why the sanction was so harsh, because the investigation found out that it was intentional, right? It was not an accident. They wanted that to happen, and of course, it wasn't the first time that the English fans were doing were pulling this kind of crap.
Yeah, English fans used to be mega red pilled at matches.
Yes, and now you get sanctioned. By speaking of Liverpool, just a few months ago, this year, I think it was in February or something, Liverpool got sanctioned because their fans told to their own players, Liverpool fans shouting at Liverpool players that they're playing like a bunch of girls. And they,
did they just misgender them?
Right. And the FA, the Football Association, sanctioned the whole club for sexism and ishsar, right? And she. Football is getting whilst the fandom is still just like it used to be, pretty based and pretty red pilled. The organization around association football is getting increasingly cucked, and probably what's going to happen in Europe is what's happening already to the NFL in the United States. Nobody's watching it because why watch it? I mean, why go to the stadium if you're going to get sanctioned for trivial nonsense, really? Oh my God, Pierre Webo needed psychiatric assistance. That's what he said. He needed psychiatric assistance. He couldn't sleep well because
after being called black.
Yeah, because Colcesco said, that black guy. Really. Maybe you shouldn't be in football. I'm just saying. And the way I know it's bullshit is because Pierre Webo, when he was an active player, he was one of the harshest players on the pitch. So he's not a pussy. As he's pretending to be a pussy. That's why I find it revolting, but I'm at the same time very grateful for the incident because it provided a lot of political ammunition and a giant red pill for the football fans in Romania. Most of them who weren't following the trends in politics, now they all do, especially after the legendary commentator Emil Gădinescu used it in just a random local championship match. He was saying, the coach for the visitors is making a change, 2 new black players. Oh, sorry, did I say black? I forgot that it's not permitted anymore in the globalist insanity or something like that. He used the phrasing, and now suddenly about 2 million people who were watching that movie, that match, started googling what did this guy mean? Oh my God! Oh. Okay, maybe we should vote differently. Maybe we should turn up to the polls to begin with. And, just a single political party defended Sebastian Colcescu. Guess which party is getting those votes? I'm just saying. So, thank you, UEFA.
Thank you, UEFA, for the red pill.
That was a great red pill. Right, let's take a break. And since I brought this shirt with me, let's listen to some Scheiss Squad from Deutschland. Hi, Sam. And we'll be back. we're back. You've listened to Shy Squad. I have no idea which song I put in because I would just make this decision several hours after this, after the filming. Alrighty, Africa, Al Jazeera. Mekele's plight, a doctor's account of Ethiopia's Tigray war. It has been more than 2 weeks since the Ethiopian military took control of Mekele, the capital of the country's northern Tigray region, from the now overthrown regional government, and now it's the problems. The fighting that began earlier last month between government troops and forces loyal to the Tigray People's Liberation Front is thought to have killed thousands of people and forced an estimated 1 million from their homes. Despite the seizure of Mekele on November the 28th, clashes between the federal forces and the TPLF are believed to be continuing in some parts of rural Tigray. It's exactly what we were warning against last episode. Swaths of the mountainous state of more than 5 million people remain inaccessible to news outlets and humanitarian groups, while an internet and telephone blackout has made it difficult to obtain and verify information about the conflict. But the testimony given to Al Jazeera by a doctor who worked at Mekele's main hospital until their return last week to Ethiopia's capital Addis Ababa has offered a rare first-hand account of the mounting medical needs and the dismal living conditions in the city during the conflict. The doctor, whose name has been withheld to shield from any possible reprisal, provided a copy of their identity card and another document to prove their year-long employment at the Aider Referral Hospital. Their account below has been slightly edited for brevity and clarity. Quote, "On the night of November the 3rd, I was in the hospital's operating room. Suddenly the lights went out. The emergency room was then flooded with several severely wounded soldiers. They were at least 60 from both sides. I'm a gynecologist, but I had to help. In that moment alone, I witnessed 5 deaths. The next morning, the banks were closed. There was no electricity, no mobile phone network, and no water. Everything happened out of the blue, and nobody was prepared for it, in terms of food conservation and cash money. Luckily, I had some food in my home and a little cash, but I had to save it every possible way. In the first 2 weeks of the war, there weren't any issues with food supplies, but with banks closed, how could you buy anything? Some people with lots of cash in their hands managed to buy large quantities of grain, and later, when the banks reopened temporarily, the shortages began. Food prices inflated alarmingly. Tomatoes were being sold 100 beer per kilo, up from 20 beer. Potatoes from 40 beer per kilo from 10 beer. The supplies of basic food items started to run out. Bread, injera, teff, and wet grains vanished. I was faced with the threat of hunger. Some of my friends were already starting to starve. Fortunately, the people of Mekele were all kind, despite the fact that I and my friends were Amharic speaking. I was our Tigrayan neighbors and friends who were feeding us in those difficult times. For instance, one of my friends was eating in his landlord's house for almost 1 month. She did not ask him to pay rent. Shops were lending us items. They were all very kind. As the fighting intensifies, all the medical treatments that were not related to the conflict were suspended out of priority for war casualties. Beds filled and all the staff had to shift their focus. There were an average of 27 new casualties coming from all war fronts in Tigray on a daily basis until November the 28th. 2 weeks after the start of the war, our superiors at the hospital began to warn us that we were running out of medical supplies. I had to sterilize gloves. There were no ambulances, telephone communication, and electricity. Pregnant women started to give birth at home. Things were getting worse by the day. For a few days, the hospital was powered by a generator, but the diesel then ran out. Patients started to die because operations could not take place and due to a lack of supplies. On November the 5th, I saw the first fighter jet over Mekele. As someone who had never seen airstrikes, I was very traumatized by the high-pitched noise. I witnessed 5 airstrikes from that day on. The good thing was that the jets were very cautious not to hit civilian spots. Before November the 28th, there was only 1 civilian death and few minor injuries from blasts. But as the National Army closed in on Mekele, more and more civilians, particularly from the nearby town of Adigrat, Wukro, and Agamus, started to flow. In Mekele, the most civilian casualties were on November the 28th, the day the National Army entered the city. I witnessed 16 civilian deaths. Comparing it to other towns, people were relieved about the figure. On that day, there were artilleries on the outskirts of the city. Their sound so heavy that it shook windows. I was very terrified. Out of 60 or 70 households in my condominium building, there were people in just 5 of them. Most fled out of fear, but I had nowhere to go, so I stayed. The building is close to the office of the president, Debretsion Gebremichael, the leader of the TPLF. Oh, that's a terrible place to live. The offices of Tigray TV, as well as the base of the Tigray police, were also near there. So there was a lot of fear that there would be heavy fighting in the area. It was not as much as we feared. There was a shooting in the president's office at night on November the 28th. The firing continued till the next morning. It receded at 10 a.m. From that time on, there were no shootings or air strikes. But there was still widespread fear, uncertainty, and confusion among many. I did not know what to do. I asked a soldier who was standing guard near my building if I could go to the hospital. Grinning, he told me that I could. On November the 29th, the city was like a graveyard, very quiet, all shops closed and empty. When I arrived in the hospital, there was only a few staff. The news of the Mai Kadra massacre on November the 9th had terrified many. At first, the perception of the residents was that the soldiers of the Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed were brutal killers and looters. For days after the army took control of Mekelle, there was almost no activity, no taxis, and no market. Many feared the soldiers would kill them on the spot just by looking at their ID, but the soldiers were peaceful. I have not seen the army committing any harassment, abuse, looting, or rape. Slowly, the misconceptions began to change. Once a patient followed me to the hospital's entrance. She wanted to get in, but she was very scared of the soldiers who were there. Would the soldiers let me in? She asked me. I told her that they were just standing guard. They would let me in even if I'm Tigrayan, she asked with fear. As she could not believe me, I led her in. It was due to similar fears and the sense of uncertainty that the staff of the hospital as well as its management were skipping work. The hospital was almost closed. Providing medical treatment is a team effort. You cannot do it alone. On December the 3rd, when the soldiers left the hospital area to go to another place, some groups of people attempted to get in and loot medical equipment, but the young men living around the hospital kicked the looters out immediately. There was looting in 2 places, including the big market mall of Kedamai Woyen, and after these incidents you could hardly see a shop or business offering services. It looked like a stateless city. You didn't even know whom to ask for protection. The Tigray police had left while the members of the army and the federal police were not yet familiar with the place. But apart from the lootings, I did not see any other criminal acts, protests, violence, or other human rights violations. The people were just eager to return to their normal life. I did not experience ethnic hatred from any side. And throughout my 1 year in Mekelle, the members of the Tigray police were all good to me and to other non-Tigrayans. From what I heard, there is no guerrilla warfare around Mekelle, but there is fighting in the town of Abi Adi, 42 kilometers from Mekelle. A soldier who came injured from the fighting there told me that the TPLF leaders are all hiding in some underground spot there. He said the National Army is trying to bring them out. I left Mekelle on December the 7th, and had I stayed for 1 more week, I would have definitely starved. Things were bad. There was not even a charcoal, charcoal, I guess it's the charcoal, okay, to cook food, and people had to use wood. Well, that's not really that terrible. Moreover, I had not been paid my salary. That's terrible. It is the federal government that pays salaries to resident doctors, but we could not access the money because of the bank's closure. We were also not paid any overtime fees. The hospital told us there was no money. After many days of begging, the hospital paid us that we got paid 1,200 birr. That's not really that much money. With money running out and prices rising by the day, I began to feel frustrated. So together with my friends, we began to look for a way out. Finally, we found a car to Alamata, and from there to Addis Ababa. In the road, there were at least 12 checking points. The soldiers of the National Army would check our IDs and ask us many questions. They wanted to know if we carried a lot of money or weapons, but we did not encounter any violence. Along the way, I saw 9 burned tanks, ruined houses, and damaged power grids. I also saw at least 15 makeshift graves in the town of Mehoni. My parents were expecting to see me in a coffin. They could not believe that I was alive. What I have observed after my return to Addis Ababa on December the 9th is that there is exaggerated information, and the propaganda from both warring parties has played a role in this. Big lies have been said from both sides. So you're saying that the government of the what's called Nobel Peace Prize laureate is engaging in bullshit propaganda war? Of course they do. Well, actually, reading this testimony, it's not really that bad. And we expected a lot worse.
Yeah, I definitely expected a lot worse as well. But even then, I'm not sure if you ever experienced living at least one day in such a context as he or she did for quite a few days. But I've seen it in 2015 in Yemen, and that wasn't very fun. And we weren't talking about just the National Army going to just flatten some guerrilla parties. No, those were two significant armies who had a lot more hardware and a lot more organization than these guys ever did. And it wasn't exactly fun to try to get away from them using mountain passes, and obviously avoiding the roads, because if you were there, you didn't know he actually got on the road, and you could never come back after that.
Yeah, at least this guy already knew that he could trust the federal army. And probably the TPLF would have left him alone as well, because he was the doctor of the Mekele hospital, so it wasn't really that bad. So in a way, he was in a privileged position, if you want. No, I was in Kosovo. It wasn't fun to be in Kosovo. I've been in Zimbabwe when there was a state of emergency and the military was randomly picking up people. So I have an idea about how does that feel in Africa.
Yeah, it does feel, but I'm not sure when you were in the context of the war in Kosovo, if we were doing the war in Kosovo, but for a few years I'm already searching for a story that was first posted on 4chan of all places back in 2007-2008, with one guy telling his stories of how he survived during the war in Serbia, and exactly the same stories. But it was way past this part where shops didn't have any food and you had no money. No, it was much worse, because that lasted for quite some time, and
several years.
Yeah, several years exactly, and you had to rely on what non-perishable foods you had, the ammunition that you had, the people you can trust, and the weapons,
the personal network.
Exactly, the personal network.
That's an aspect that the areas that have been through war, Ethiopia being one of them, Serbia being one of them, and there are a few others. Especially if they have been through war more recently, you will see that even if there's been a 10 or 15 years since there has been peace, most of the people still function the same way, because it remains something of an instinct. No, I have to have my own personal network, my own tribe I can trust, especially for these kinds of situations. It's one of the reasons why people who've listened to The Couch during the lockdowns, they're all fine, and those who didn't, they're not. It's of course, keeping the proportions. What happened in Mekele is significantly worse. Well, actually, almost anything that happens is worse than the China virus. So there's that. But it's the same thing. And this guy as well. He was relying on his own status and the friends that he had previously made before the outbreak of the war, and that's how he survived. And even for him, it became a little bit iffy towards the end of his period. But again, he would not have been able to find a car to take him out of the area had he not been the doctor, or one of the doctors in the hospital that's treating indiscriminately the casualties of the fighting. Even so, it's significantly better, and I have no reason to distrust this guy, because if anything, oftentimes the Al Jazeera has shown a slightly pro-Tigrayan bias, so if anything, they probably made it even slightly worse than what he described. But on a more serious note, it's not really that bad, and it's good news in itself. That
it's not that bad from our context, but from the context of your average person who have never experienced it or haven't even at least read accounts from people that lived through these instances, or even worse, as I've told you the past example about Serbia. these things leave a mark, and they leave a mark for a long time. And once you get the point when you have to use lighters or medicine as a form of currency, that's when you know shit has gone pretty bad. And Serbia was in that situation.
Certain regions for sure. Not all of Serbia, but certain regions for sure. Especially, of course, the southern part of the country. What's interesting is that still very little coverage is being given about the massacre that occurred. The Maikadra. I kept on forgetting the location. The Maikadra massacre is still that's why I didn't cover it, and I'm gonna withhold judgment for a while, because still little coverage is being given to that one. But at least in Ethiopia there is this what do you call it, institutional inertia to actually eventually find out things, as opposed to many other countries in Africa where a lot of these kinds of massacres remain uninvestigated, either forever or for many years, until most of the perpetrators have died of natural causes and things of that nature, or have fled permanently and will never to be seen again. So I'm still waiting for some investigation on that one, but at least in part it has been confirmed some of our worst fears, because I remember we did say that, yeah, sure, from a military perspective maybe you can beat the TPLF, but then you'll never get away without some guerrilla crap, and that's unfortunately it's exactly what's happening.
It's gotten to that point right now.
And I guess the new hardware that the Ethiopian military was bragging about last year turned out to be pretty useful, because the conflict lasted slightly less than I expected. I expected it to last all the way till January. Well, it might as well still last till January, because the mountainous guerrilla is not going to be over anytime soon, especially if the TPLF leaders are to be as harsh as they usually are, and has to be as stubborn as they, unless they get a very decent offer in exchange for their surrender, which they might. Remains to be seen. What I'm enjoying, and I know it sounds terrible to say that I'm enjoying, but as a result of this conflict, the whole investigation from 2007 against Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus, currently the head of the Wuhan Honk organization, the entire investigation has resurfaced, and I have this strong feeling that it's not going to be buried this time. Last time it was buried under some parliamentary commission in the Ethiopian parliament. This time around it's conducted by the military.
Not to mention that WHO is hunted in Italy as well. And already circulars have been sent internally in the WHO that if you go to testify to the Italian prosecutors, then
don't.
You better not.
You better not, and if you do, we'll fire you and try to harass you into oblivion until you don't, basically. Because with all due respect to the victims of the Tigrayan war, I'm still going to be an asshole and look at it from a Eurocentric perspective, and what I'm interested the most is in flattening of one particular Tigrayan, namely Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus. That's the guy that I want to see flattened and jailed and tried for crimes against humanity twice. One time when he was a Marxist militant in the Tigray region, and one time, actually 3 times, and one time now for supplying weapons to the Tigray rebels, and of course for the management of the COVID-19 pandemic. So yeah. But one other aspect that I would like to add is because you'll see something that if you're not familiar with Africa, it may sound idiosyncratic, namely that, oh my god, the banks were closed and we didn't have cash, and that sounds very idiosyncratic. You wouldn't expect Africans to be that techno-optimistic, right? What most people don't know is that many of these control type of tools, especially on cash, have been not really. I mean, conspiracies say that they were experimented or tried on Africans, but it wasn't really like that. It wasn't intentional. It's just that so many governments in Africa have had such a big problem in supplying the exact cash that is needed. I mean, literally, they couldn't print enough so that the economy can function, that the public was a lot more willing to at least give a shot to some of these technologies. I mean, the country at some point, it's no longer the case now, but it used to be until very recently. I think 2018 was the last time. The country that was the most cashless and most reliant on electronic payments was Zimbabwe, right? And the second one was also, I think it was Uganda or something. Usually in the top 5, 4 of them were in Africa, and the 5th was either Singapore or China or whatever.
Well, in the case of Zimbabwe, I can see why most of them will be electronic payments, because they discovered later on a way for those cash payments to not be seen by the government. But the government first wanted to control the cash flow in order to tax properly.
Yes, and also because again, especially towards the end of the hyperinflationist period in Zimbabwe, the one that where a piece of chewing gum would cost $5 quadrillion, the government was physically incapable of printing enough cash for it to function, and that's why that's how the electronic payments were adopted voluntarily by significant portions of the Zimbabwean population.
Yeah, because a server farm will be much cheaper than a gigantic building with printing presses for money.
Yes.
Not mention doing designs. Again, ethnic hatred, that you didn't put that guy on that note. The issue that currency may be falsified as well. Yeah, a lot of complicated stuff.
Yeah, and then they abolished the Zimbabwean dollars, and cash made a swift comeback because everyone was using US dollars in cash. And then these new Zimbabwean dollars, bond notes, whatever,
the bonds,
were introduced, and now it's pretty balanced. I mean, it's no longer suspicious or anything if you're not using. But now, lately, as of the last year, basically, my de facto wife went recently to Zimbabwe, as in this year, and I asked her to buy me, of course, a lot of Madisons because their cigarettes are glorious. And when she did go to buy my cigarettes, one of the security guards at the supermarket was like, "I'll issue the electronic payments. Can I have that pile of cash, please?"
Well, but the trend reversed. Wow, that's impressive.
Yeah, and the reason is because now when Zimbabwe is finally starting to grow in a healthy manner, again the government is incapable to at least print the cash so they can maintain the necessary cash flow, physical cash flow in the economy. And it's not intentional; it's just basic incompetence, right? The same thing was true in Ethiopia several years ago. It's not the case now. But several years ago it was, and at that same time there was the crisis in Zimbabwe, and many locals were like, "Yeah, we don't want to get to that situation, do we?" No. And that's why they adopted more electronic means, and also they had the advantage that Zimbabwe never had, namely that their banks actually were trustworthy. They still are in Ethiopia. And as a result, that's why this kind of thing happened. But then again, you have this kind of crap when it's actually when it becomes once again useful to keep a pile of cash in the house. Because again, those who had piles of cash, even though they didn't have stored food, they had piles of cash and they could actually wiggle through the crisis. But there's also another economic situation that it's worth noting. Right. Once the banks opened and finally people had access to their own money again, even though they were temporarily open because again they had to be shut down and whatever, suddenly the prices skyrocketed. So basically the Mekelle region, generally Tigray region, suffered forced, slowdown of the cash flow, right? And then suddenly there wasn't. And suddenly there was abrupt growth again in consumption, which led to inflation. All of those countries who have been under long lockdowns, get ready. That's exactly what's coming to you. no war this time, just a war of your own government against you, the people, because you're all stupid and you don't do lawfares and you don't do civil disobedience, and the result will be exactly the same thing. Because, it's basically deflation, forced deflation, that many countries in the world have been through, and I'm thinking here Australia, New Zealand, France, the United Kingdom, certain areas of the United States, not all, in fact most of the United States wasn't, but certain areas of the United States, of course Italy, forced deflation, and then eventually when you pick up the lid, because you have to, at some point, either because people spontaneously, not necessarily spontaneously, decide to just, fuck this shit, or because the governments are no longer willing or able to enforce it, then you'll get a sudden abrupt growth in consumption, which will bring inflation. I guess this will
finally bring inflation to the euro.
To the euro currency, right? Because the ECB has been trying to create inflation in the eurozone for 10 years now, more than 10 years really. Since 2007 they keep on whining that they can't create inflation. Maybe this time around it will work at ginormous costs, but yeah. Anything else to be said on the Tigray issue?
No,
I guess we'll have to wait for some more figures on exact deaths and maybe some more of these kinds of first-hand testimonies, because these are really the most interesting ones. For one simple reason, because the politics of Tigray versus federal government, those are very easy. I mean, we explained them two or three episodes ago, and it's very easy what's at stake. But how do these kinds of conflicts impact regular people? That tends to be very interesting, especially considering that there are many who don't know what they're talking about, and they argue for things like, let's get a civil war in the United States. Trust me, no. Trust me, no.
well, actually, those preppers can't wait for a civil war, because they'll be the ones who'll be most prepared.
Yeah, that's true. At least the US has a large population of preppers. Well, large, again, compared to what? All right, I mean, compared to Europe, I guess, yeah, large, but as a share of the US population, not really that large. I mean, are there 1 million preppers in the US? Maybe there are 1 million.
There are definitely more than 1 million. Besides one book that actually helped to grow the prepper trend was, if you remember, Operation Red Dawn.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, there's probably more than 1 million. Correct. Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah. Those preppers legitimately believed that Soviet Union would invade in some way.
Yeah, which was nonsense, of course. I mean, the Soviet Union could barely move its tanks all the way to Prague. So the idea of Soviet Union invading continental US, and especially, I mean, yeah, sure, maybe an airstrike over to maybe Washington, maybe San Francisco or whatever, LA, maybe, but the idea of the Soviet Union getting all the way to Utah or Indiana, come on, no, that's just not doable.
No, it's not. They're not gonna get there, but they can get technically on one of the coasts, which is why, as I see
today, but in the 70s, really, with all of that poverty, and really. Kind of difficult.
Yeah.
I'm speaking here strictly terrestrially, not with a long-range missile. Now, sure, with a long-range missile, probably they were able to do that in the 70s as well. But terrestrially, a terrestrial invasion, really, no. Today, yes, sure. Alaska.
So when I read that book, I was instantly thinking from a tactical perspective, where would be the best place to start? It would definitely not be Alaska, because that's way too far. And you give off way too many signals. And I discovered that there's this big port in northern US called Seattle.
Right.
That'll be the best staging area if they'll ever decide.
And by the way, there is no opposition. I mean, who's gonna stand up to them? The soy boys of Seattle, the Chaz.
just to fight against the Russians.
Exactly, because they were already rebelling against the Russian President Donald Trump, right? So they'll definitely stand up to the Russians all the way from the Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone. The reason we even go to all of this tangent is just to give an idea of just how irrelevant some of these Western problems are, first world problems, compared to a regular day in Mekele. I'm just saying, man. Right, let's go a little bit further northeast from Ethiopia. Al Jazeera, but technically speaking in Asia. Nagorno-Kharabakh ceasefire breached with fighting underway. Oh geez, color me surprised.
Well, that took a long time.
Armenia and Azerbaijan accuse each other of violating peace deal that ended 6 weeks of fighting over the disputed territory. What a surprise. Fighting continued on Sunday between Azerbaijan and Armenia in the breakaway region Nagorno-Kharabakh, violating the November ceasefire that ended the bloody conflict. Azerbaijan's defense ministry said 4 of its soldiers were killed when their units were attacked in areas adjacent to the Nagorno-Kharabakh region, while authorities in Armenia said 6 of their troops had been wounded. Armenia and Azerbaijan on Saturday accused each other of breaching the deal, which ended the war. President Ilham Aliyev threatened to crush Armenian forces with an iron fist. Well, of course Aliyev would say this. Armenia shouldn't try to start it all over again, Aliyev said during a meeting with top diplomats from the United States and France, who have tried to mediate the decades-old conflict. Good luck to France on this one. It must be very cautious and not plan any military action. This time we will fully destroy them. It mustn't be a secret to anyone, Aliyev added. Earlier on Saturday, Nagorno-Karabakh forces said 3 of their fighters had been wounded in an attack by Azerbaijani forces. The Armenian army also reported attacks from Azerbaijan on 2 villages that are under the control of Nagorno-Karabakh forces. Yerevan said Armenian forces repelled attempted intrusions into territories supposed to remain under the control of the rebel province's government, namely Hintaher and Hatzberd villages. The provocations of Azerbaijan continued today in the direction of the villages Metshen and Hinshen in the Hadrut region, Armenia's foreign ministry said in a statement. In another statement, Armenia's defense ministry said negotiations between Armenian, Russian and Azerbaijani servicemen are underway to resolve the situation in Hadrut and ensure the return of the parties to their former positions. A spokesman for the Russian peacekeeping forces confirmed that exchanges of fire with automatic weapons, telling the RIA Novosti press agency that requests to respect the ceasefire had been sent to both parties. Basically, be quiet, kids. One case of ceasefire violation was reported on December the 11th in the Hadrut district, said a statement from the Russian Ministry of Defense, without assigning any blame. Russia has peacekeeping forces in the region, large parts of which are reclaimed by Azerbaijan, blah blah blah. It was Russia's first report of violations since the peace deal was reached on November the 10th. So basically, the 2 parties were able to keep the peace for 1 month and 1 day. That's amazing, actually. All over 2020, they were not able to keep it for more than a few days. The previous record was 10 days, so now 31 days. Oh my goodness! Congratulations to both sides. Imagine being Putin, Pizdiet. I'm pretty sure that's exactly how Putin reacted. I'm like, oh, for fuck's sake, really again? Yeah.
Well, this is actually a good argument towards what we said and what you said in the previous podcast about the transnistrialization of the region, because there's definitely no way to keep peace as long as none of the no part of that region belongs to any of the 2 countries. So the best choice will be the third option, which will be I'm gonna reclaim this area. Nobody will be able to touch it.
The Azerbaijani Republic of Nagorno-Karabakh, right? Just like the Transnistria is called the Moldovan Republic, then the Pridnestrian Moldovan Republic. I think that's the name would be in English.
Yeah, the Pridnestrian Republic.
Right. So it's probably going to be something like that. Well, hopefully not, because I really don't want the Russians to get even more involved in Azerbaijan. But
in the end, when you see shit like this happening.
Can you blame them?
Can you blame them? Exactly. They're giving it on a silver platter to Putin.
Right.
to just send a few tank battalions like he did in the last guy did in Transnistria and simply settle it there.
Yes, and the comparisons with Transnistria don't stop here. People don't remember, of course, today, not even in Romania or Moldova. I mean, most people, they just really try to forget that one, and I don't understand why, because the conflict is still frozen in time today. I mean, you can visit it physically. Anyway, same happened in '91, right, with the Prydnistrian War. Same thing, all sorts of ceasefire violations for several years after the war legally ended, in a way. And that's how the Prydnistrian Republic was born, in order to, just crush it all together. But at that time, admittedly, Moscow had an interest there, because they wanted to keep their 14th military regiment as close as possible to Romania, and to keep it as a wall of separation between the Romanian-speaking space and Ukraine, which was already, from a Russian perspective, a wound, the existence of Ukraine. So there was a lot more of a vested interest by Moscow to keep it there. I'm not sure the same is necessarily true with Nagorno-Kharabakh, because Russia already, geopolitically speaking, owns one side of they own Armenia. Right? They don't own it financially or territorially, but geopolitically they do. The geopolitics of Armenia is intimately connected.
Yeah, let's remember this war was started by Armenia under the impression that the Russians would actually jump in to help Armenia, and that didn't end up happening.
Well, it did, in a way. I mean, spared them of humiliation, because they could have lost everything. And again, I'm not blaming Armenia either on this one, because Armenia has always been quite successful on against Azerbaijan by relying on the discipline of its own military and on the corruption of the Azerbaijani military. And even this time, right, 4 deaths on the Azerbaijani side, 6 wounded on the 0 deaths on the Armenian side, and that's thanks to basically discipline versus corruption. But this time around, Armenia got unlucky because Azerbaijan just had so much hardware to throw at it. And by the way, Azerbaijan still hasn't published how many military servicemen died during this war on their side. I'm pretty sure it's 7 or 8 times more than on the side of Armenia. That's why it was, and that's why now you see the United States and France joining in the mediation effort, joining Russia really on the mediation effort. Not just because Putin said, "Hey guys, can you please seriously?" I mean, these people are insane. But not just that, but because once you look at the casualties on both sides, because it's easy to estimate how many people died on the Azeri side. The Armenians, to their credit, they were very transparent with the issue, but the Azeris not so much. But once you look at that, it kind of looks like a pretty terrible war from a casualties perspective, right? Not to mention the dislocations and whatnot. Sure, not as bad as from a dislocation perspective, not as bad as the Tigray situation. In Tigray, about 1 million people were moved somewhere else by force. Well, not really by force, but compelled to move. Whereas here it's only several thousands.
Yeah.
But in terms of casualties, actually this one is worse than the Tigray conflict, because it was and is, let's face it, it is an asymmetrical conflict. Normally I would say just exactly what Russia likes. Russia is very good at these kinds of asymmetrical conflicts. The problem is that this time around, I'm not sure Russia is really that keen on escalating it, because, well, I think we mentioned this before. Putin has bigger concerns now, like his own life, for instance. So yeah, and also, of course, keeping the what's it called, the neighbor of Armenia, Iran, keeping the Iranian regime afloat. That's a serious concern of the Putin regime, and. Luckily for him, if Biden becomes president, he's going to have some help. But if not, or if for some reason a theoretical Biden administration says, you know what, Trump was right on Iran, then it's going to be very unfunny. Especially if those rumors we've been hearing from the military-industrial complex that says that they really want to bomb Iran, like bomb. I'm just saying, man. I mean,
we're gonna be playing Fortunate Son over Tehran.
And if all of that happens, again, Armenia is not in a great position, right? Because as allies, both Iran and Armenia are basically allies of Russia. Armenia was going to be the launching platform with helping Iran. And if Iran loses the conflict, I guess who's dragged in very humiliating negotiations. And it would be quite terrible for Armenia. You just lost against Azerbaijan, which you should have won. You lost against those people, and then you're dragged into a bigger negotiation, bigger than yourself, because Tehran went full Allahu Akbar. So it's terrible. All right, moving further to the east, BBC. China's tainted cotton. Xinjiang's cotton growing industry used to rely on seasonal migrant workers from other provinces of China. But cotton picking is notoriously hard work, and rising wages and better jobs elsewhere mean the migrants have stopped coming. Now Propaganda reports write glowingly about how the newly found supply of local labor has both solved the labor crisis and helped increase profits for the growers. But nowhere is there any real explanation of why hundreds of thousands of people who apparently had no previous interest in picking cotton should suddenly rush to the fields. Although the documents claim that pay levels can top 5,000 yuan or $763 a month, one report appears to suggest that for 132 pickers organized from one village, the average monthly salary was just $255 each. Whatever the salary level, paid labor can still be considered forced labor under the relevant international convention. In response to questions submitted to the China's foreign ministry, the BBC received a faxed statement saying workers from all ethnic groups in Xinjiang choose their jobs according to their own free will and sign voluntary employment contracts in accordance with the law. I'm sure that's true. Xinjiang's poverty rate has fallen from almost 20% in 2014 to a little more than 1% today, it said. And it dismissed accusations of forced labor as completely fabricating, saying instead that China's critics wanted to cause forced unemployment and forced poverty in Xinjiang. The smiling faces of all of Xinjiang's ethnic groups are the most powerful response to America's lies and rumors, it added. Did the Democrat Party write this one? But the Better Cotton Initiative, an independent industry body that promotes ethical and sustainable standards, told the BBC that concerns over China's poverty alleviation scheme were one of the main reasons they've recently decided to stop auditing and certifying farms in Xinjiang. Director of Standards and Assurance, Debian Sanfilipino, said, quote, "We've identified the risk that poor rural communities would be coerced into employment linked to this poverty alleviation program. Even if these workers get a decent wage, which is possible, they might not have chosen that employment freely." Mr. Sanfilipino also cited the increasingly restricted access to Xinjiang for his international monitors as another factor, said the organization's decision to walk away only further raises the risk for the global fashion industry. Oh, you imagine, like, oh my God. To the best of my knowledge, there isn't any organization that is active locally who can provide verification for that cotton. The BBC approached 30 major international brands. 3, Marks & Spencer, Next and Tesco, told us they have policies in place that ensure products sourced from China do not use raw cotton from Xinjiang. Burberry said they do not use any cotton from China at all. Others, including those who don't source direct from Xinjiang, were unable to guarantee its cotton didn't enter supply chains elsewhere. 9 companies gave no response. It is just one of many such complexes that now dot the landscape, and the chilling final reminder that the blurred boundaries between mass incarceration and mass labor in Xinjiang. Now, I don't know how to say it because it's kind of haram to say on YouTube what I really want to say. Let's put it this way. One good use for these kinds of cases and articles, and especially because it's on BBC, the article itself doesn't really bring anything new, but because it's on BBC, is to use it as a bludgeoning tool against the Baizon academics, right? Yeah. For those newer on the scene, Baizon is a derogatory term in Chinese designating the white left. basically progressives, middle-class left-wing cathedral pricks. But instead of saying middle-class left-wing cathedral pricks, which is tiresome, it sounds more exotic, and it's actually closer to the truth. One of the nice aspects of the Chinese language is precisely because it can come up with these kinds of terms that are very specific and they hurt. I mean, if you want to piss off a progressive, call him a baizon, and they will know it. They do. Many right-wingers are not familiar with the baizon concept, but the leftists are keenly aware and very woke on the baizon question, and they really don't like to put the mirror in front of their face so they can see the baizon. So when they go with the racism is a white Western construct, you can go, yeah, sure, honey, those people in Xinjiang being enslaved for their ethnic background, I'm sure very happy to learn that at least it's not white racism oppressing them, right? Fucking baizon, man. But other than that, other than the narrative value, until there is no demand for the Xinjiang cotton, that kind of thing won't stop. Because this is a nice, nice of course it's not nice, but it's obviously interesting to observe from an intellectual perspective. It's a nice adaptation of the communist regime. Their official propaganda say, oh look, not only it dropped poverty, but it grew the profits, and the Communist Party says, oh, as if it's a good thing, it grew the profits. That's
we're gonna have record employment and
record harvesting and
record harvesting per hectare,
yes, and record profits, man. I mean, look, who says China is not integrated? There you go, great profits, bigly profits, right? No. Well, I'm sure they're not lying about the profits, but they're definitely lying about the rest of them, right? I mean, the idea that you've shrunk 20-fold the poverty rate of such a huge province as Xinjiang
in 6 years.
In 6 years, come on, no, no. I've seen this movie before. You're a little bit too young, but this movie has played in our country as well. In 1986, I think, or 85. The Ceausescu propaganda was claiming that they managed to halve the poverty rate in several counties of Romania, and everyone living there were like, where? Really? In reality, the poverty rate had increased as a result of the generalized crisis in which the regime had entered as early as 1979 or 1981, depending on which economist you ask. So there was no chance in hell that in 85 they had actually shrunk the poverty rate anywhere, least of all in the poorest counties. It's kind of the same thing here, right?
No, it's all about how you look at at poverty itself. Well, everybody got rationed food, so indeed the baseline for poverty has been lowered from a fundamental point of view. Right. So everybody had the same. There were people who had nothing and people who had everything. No, it's just that everybody had some.
Right.
So of course that poverty on average has gotten lower.
Food true. Sure.
That's a pretty messed up way of looking at it. But
yes, and egalitarianism had been established. Right, everyone was equalized downwards.
Yes, everybody equally poor.
Equally poor, exactly. Now, and that's another adaptation of the Maoist Republic, right? Of the CCP. They're not even claiming to attempt that. Oh, they're saying, now look, here we have even profits and whatnot. Yeah, sure, some human rights are probably bended severely, but the economic results are what they are. So in essence, the regime is further internalizing the corporatist way of managing the society, right? I guess the only thing that they really need right now in China is a second chamber to their parliament, the Great National Assembly, which is basically the Communist Party with all of its factions, and they just make another chamber of the parliament, call it the Chamber of the Corporations. And once they do that, because they already have the Il Duce, right? I mean, Xi Jinping is he even has the similar shape with Il Duce. So they already have the Il Duce, they already have the corporatist mindset, severe ignorance to individual liberty and basic human rights. The only thing they need is really a chamber of the corporations.
Well, he doesn't need to follow. He just needs to separate from the National Congress the ones that own the state corporations, like like the IPCC and Huawei as well. And there you go. There's a chamber of corporations.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah,
they could even found their own faction inside the CCP. Here you go. Free ideas, boys.
It's probably one of the reasons there isn't a chamber of corporations already. Xi Jinping's fear of another faction in the CCP, because there are already like 5 or 6 of them, and he's been trying really, really hard to consolidate his own faction, the Crown Prince Party, and as a result, I'm pretty sure he wouldn't like another competition to his own power, and creating a Senate basically wouldn't be such a great idea, for at least if the purpose is for him to keep power a little bit longer, which I'm sure he wants.
Of course, he's the eternal leader.
Yes, the dear eternal leader, of course. But yeah, coming back to these Xinjiang shenanigans, don't expect any miracles anytime soon. Yeah, sure, these kinds of things, keeping the Xinjiang topic in the press and in the public attention helps. But last time around when this was needed, it took 15 years until results started appearing. Now, sure, with the free, well, not really free, but fast flow of information that is now, maybe that time frame can be shrunk a little bit, and it doesn't have to be 15 years. Maybe 7 could be enough, or 8, or maybe even 5, although doubt. But it's still several years. I mean, the Xinjiang situation can and should be used as a bludgeoning tool against the CCP, but it has to be constantly, and it has to be over several years.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
I personally find it hilarious that in the past years when I was still in school, especially in middle school, yeah, about that much. Well, it's not exactly middle school. Middle school is for our American audience to understand the timeline. It was just called secondary school for the British. Speaking specifically about grades 7 to 9. Well, part of the geography course was that you had to learn about the so-called sweatshops that were set back in the 90s and early 2000s in particularly in Southeast Asia, and their terrible conditions that were there, the really low salaries, which weren't exactly that bad if you were to look at it in the context of those times when your other choice.
Let me guess, you are one of the classes indoctrinated about the poor children in Bangladesh.
Oh no, it wasn't. No, but the Bangladesh one is much more recent. With the one that I learned about were the poor children from Indonesia.
Ah, right,
yeah.
Right.
Yeah, and looking into context, the way that the white liberals complained at that time about sweatshop labor from that time, and compared to what's happening now,
yes,
it's a significant jump. And make no mistake, they're the ones that are approving this, because even this article says that 9 of the 30 companies that were inquired haven't even bothered responding. And well, let's say that it may be a kind of omission. They probably don't know, because they use it's a really complicated system when you look at it.
The supply chains are oftentimes impossible to grapple with.
Yeah.
Yes. One of the turning points on the narrative about sweatshops was when really that guy that really got it wrong with the prediction on the internet, what's his name? Krugman? Paul Krugman?
Paul Krugman, yeah.
Yeah, when Paul Krugman wrote on the New York Times, the Baizuo Central, Baizuo Times, maybe I should call it the Baizuo Times, he wrote an article called In Defense of Sweatshops. And then he wrote a further article on Slate magazine, not sorry, Salon, Salon, yeah. When he basically said, sweatshops are good or something like that. I mean, it was a very shocking headline for the Baizou mind. And then more recently, I believe in 2010 or 2011, he wrote another article apologizing for him ever being against sweatshops. Because the data came out that in Bangladesh, due to pressure from the Baizou, the sweatshops were shut down, and significant minorities of those children, they were no longer working in garment factories. They all ended up being child prostitutes. Well, that was better, not. All right. Whereas in other countries where that resisted the pressure from the Baizou, eventually the sweatshops went away on their own due to market forces in several years. One generation had to work very, very hard from a very early age. Maybe you may think that's terrible, but there are even worse outcomes, and I say this as someone who started working at the age of 12, and it was really hard work. And I don't regret it.
Yeah, but that's like the point. They can all act shocked and even do something about it, even influencing the market forces, which is how this institution, Responsible Cotton, whatever is called. There was also Rainforest Alliance that appeared the same way. You could actually do that, but you're not looking at the alternative. If they didn't have that, what then? And they definitely entered these sectors of labor, which if you look from our context right now, from the so-called first world, they look bad, but from their perspective, it was a better option than whatever they did in the past. If they had an option to do in the past, as you said, in the case of Bangladesh, the other option was child prostitution.
Yes, that was a terrible. It was one of the biggest fuck-ups of the liberal world, if you want, right? Everyone shouted at Bangladesh in particular, right? Shut down the sweatshops, whatever, you're torturing children. And millions, or hundreds of thousands of them ended up being raped. That was helpful. But that's the thing. The liberal world made a huge ruckus and scandal about that, which, as terrible as it might have been, and maybe you're a liberal and you think it was still terrible, and I'm being so much of a cynical asshole for saying this, but okay, fine. Let's say have it your way. That was fucking terrible. Okay, fair enough. Xinjiang is 100 times worse. At least 100 times worse, because at the very least, in those terrible sweatshops in Bangladesh and Indonesia and all of the rest of the places, anyone could leave whenever they wanted. Nobody was keeping them forced there. The wages were low by Western standards, quite good by local standards, but low by Western standards. But anyone could leave. Don't like it? The door is that way. There is no door in Xinjiang.
Your only door is 6 feet up.
Yes, and sometimes not even that. I mean, if you're looking at those places where they prevent people from throwing themselves off the window. Apple. Hello.
That was exactly the Foxconn factory is building Apple products.
Apple products in particular, some others too, but mostly Apple, because at that time, at the very least, Foxconn's biggest customer was Apple Incorporated. So and that's why I'm laughing a little bit and bringing up the Baizou, precisely because now, when they should go a little bit crazy about this, they don't.
Of course they don't. Did they go crazy when the aforementioned Foxconn incident happened? No, they didn't.
Not really. Really. Very few people on the left did.
They're still buying iPhones. They accepted in the current context an iPhone that doesn't come with a charger, to save the environment.
And do they charge it with a Tesla machine or what? I'm thinking Nikola Tesla, not Tesla. The thing is that this will go away only if the significant market forces of those complex supply chains are intentionally influenced, and they don't have to be influenced by governments. They can be influenced by consumer choice and corporate choice. Governments have very little to do with this, really, because what can the governments do? institute a ban on import either finite products, clothes, or intermediary products, right? If they're sourced from tainted cotton, as BBC calls it. Yeah, but it's the People's Republic, right? It's the Maoist republic. They can fake a certificate from being from some other region.
Yeah, the Chinese in particular, but that's the reason why nine of those companies probably didn't answer it, because they don't know either.
And some others said
there are a lot of outlets that you can send that cotton through, particularly in Xinjiang. You got a country what's west of Xinjiang. Was it Kyrgyzstan or something like that? One of those stan countries. Then you have Mongolia. Then you have Russia.
I think Uzbekistan is closer to Xinjiang, but in any event,
Uzbekistan, there are plenty of outlets that you can send that in the cotton with a.
Yeah, and Uzbekistan actually has its own domestic cotton industry, which is pretty good. So it's not really that complicated for China to just buy one single building, cotton processing plant, and just say, oh, that one has $1 billion turnover. Sorry, it just happens. Why not? Good luck auditing that. I mean, really.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, good luck with the CCP giving you permission to audit that ever.
Yeah, and the Uzbek authorities wouldn't ask for that. Wouldn't ask to do an audit. They'll just gladly accept the tax revenue, and that's it. And maybe some bribes here and there. And there you go. Yeah. There you go. That's why it's complicated. Admittedly, a more efficient way would be indeed to just boycott Chinese products, period, which would be easier to implement, easier to trace. It's very hard because if it's one tiny industry, because it is a tiny industry. Yes, it's a very wealthy industry, but it's a tiny industry. The fashion industry, really, how many people are even involved in that? It's not really that complicated. If it's just that industry, China can immediately, falsify the certification process. But if it's several industries on all fronts, that's a lot more complicated to work around. But that would imply, yes, political choice, especially political choice on the part of the consumers. Other than myself, I don't know more than maybe 200 people who actually do that all the day in and day out, and I've been doing it for 9 years, really, since 2011. I decided that I'm not a big fan of Chinese products, and as a result, made the conscious choice almost every single time to make sure it's not sourced from China. Of course, it's not an infallible process, but if even 30% of European consumers were to apply my system, that would make a difference. But they won't, because the Baizon isn't really interested even to find out that these things exist. Probably that's why it's useful when BBC publishes these kinds of stories.
Yeah, it's already old news even for people like us, very old news even then, when we see this on BBC, because we've already known it for at least a few months, if not a few years.
Yeah, man, but that's the problem with the couch, with the sofa. When the actual when there's a breaking news, we know it, but then when the Cathedral media finds out, we're like, oh, again, there is some ancient news. It is what it is. Yeah. Japan Times: with the goal of herd immunity, Indonesia will give younger people vaccines first. Indonesia plans to vaccinate its young working age population against the cough before its older citizens, in contrast to much of the world that is planning on putting its vulnerable older people first. Southeast Asia's first country to receive delivery of COVID-19 vaccines will focus on inoculating those between the ages of 18 and 59, starting with those working on the front lines of the pandemic, such as health workers, the police, and the military. The United Kingdom started the Western world's earliest vaccination program with a 91-year-old woman earlier this month. The United States started its vaccination program with older people this week, following its CDC advice that healthcare workers and nursing home residents should get shots first, followed by those with pre-existent medical conditions. As the death toll from the pandemic continues to climb, governments are grappling with the question of who should first get the many vaccines that companies are rushing through approvals. Whilst Indonesia's strategy currently stands apart, it may signal how other developing nations could consider their own rollout given their struggle to procure enough doses to cover their population. Our aim is herd immunity, said Amin Sobandio, director of Eichmann Institute for Molecular Biology in Jakarta. With the most active and exposed group of population, those 18 to 59 vaccinated, then they form a fortress to protect the other groups. It's less effective when we use our limited number of vaccines on the elderly when they are less exposed. Indonesia is targeting the people who are most mobile due to their jobs, as well as regions with the highest number of cough cases, as it focuses on using the vaccine as a tool to curb the spread of infections. Health workers on the islands of Java and Bali, which account for more than 60% of confirmed cases, will receive the 1.2 million doses of China's Sinovac Biotech Ltd vaccine that arrived on December the 6th. They will be followed by frontline workers in the rest of the country. A rollout date will be set when the country's drug regulator gives the go-ahead. The government has set a target of 246 million doses to reach its calculation of herd immunity, the number of vaccines that they need to immunize 107 million people, or 67% of their target 18 to 59 group, and just 40% of the whole population. This is considerably lower than the generally accepted definition of mass immunity, which includes 60% to 72% of a country's entire population. That government target will be met with 155.5 million doses ordered from Sinovac and Novavax Incorporated, with another 116 million potential orders from Pfizer Incorporated, AstraZeneca PLC, and the COVAX facility. It's also looking to develop its own shots called Merah Putih after the colors of the nation's flag in a bid to supplement its supply. Other experts view Jakarta's vaccination plan with caution. Indonesia has a young population, so this may have influenced their thinking, but I think the vaccinating older people makes sense, said Raina McIntyre, professor of global biosecurity at the University of New South Wales. In the end, however, with the limited vaccine supply, the difference between age-based strategies is not great. The country that's home to the world's fourth largest population is placing older people, those with existing health problems and pregnant women, at the back of the line because it doesn't have the data to ensure the safety of COVID-19 vaccines for those groups, Health Minister Terawan Agus Putranto said on December the 10th. The Sinovac shots were tested on those who are 18 to 59, which is why the government is wary of inoculating those in different age groups. One day after the UK started distributing the Pfizer vaccine, its NHS had to issue a warning that people with significant history of allergies shouldn't receive the shots after 2 people experienced reactions. The question is a matter of suffering, said Johanzach Marzoeki, president of the Indonesia Bioethics Forum, I'm sure I mispronounced that, who develops severe symptoms or dies from the virus and who only gets minor effects and recovers on their own. It's by this question that we should decide who should be vaccinated first. As in other countries, the elderly account for most of the deaths from COVID-19 in Indonesia. Those who are 60 years old and above accounted for 39% of the country's 19,111 fatalities, while 36% were 46 to 59 years old. Actually, it's pretty balanced. Anyway, finally, the decision on who to vaccinate comes down to how many shots a country can procure quickly. Developed nations may start with the elderly, knowing that they have enough doses to cover the entire population, where that may not be the case for us, says CB Kusmaryanto, a member of the Indonesia's Bioethics Commission. There are no good choices, there is only the least bad choice. When Indonesia only has enough to vaccinate those most likely to infect others, then that's who it should go to first. I'm not sure if it's a honk moment.
It is a honk moment because since we've been tracking this cough, we've seen that indeed the elderly are the most affected, and the youngest are the least affected by consequence. I'm actually starting to wonder if by any chance the Indonesian government hasn't done some sort of deal with China, with China in order to get some bribes, because there's also the Sinovac vaccine that I personally don't have any information of how effective it is. It could be, it's most likely something similar to Sputnik 5, if not even possibly worse, coming from China, of all places. And then vaccinating those who are statistically at a worldwide level, because we've got data on that, the least susceptible to have any issues. Plus looking at Indonesia, a country of
200 something.
almost 300 million people when they have only 19,000 deaths. It's a psychosis of epic proportions.
Yeah. Now, on the other hand, this kind of proposal of vaccinate those that have the most social contacts first is not a new one. I remember reading it first from I think it was the Royal Dutch group, definitely from the Netherlands. Then I read it again from a very old doctor in Israel. And now I see it implemented in Indonesia. So it's not really a new idea. And the first one from the Netherlands came like in June or something like that, several months ago. So it's not exactly a new proposal. Now the problem is that it does assume that it's roughly equal when it's not, right? So yeah, sure, people like me who definitely do not abide by any of the health recommendations related to the COVID-19. Yeah, of course I was one of the first ones to get hit by it. But cough a little bit, you'll be fine. So yeah, if the effect were to be equal with a 40-year-old, with a 17-year-old, and an 89-year-old, then this would make sense.
Yeah, but it doesn't. It's not that case.
But it's not the case, right? I mean, how many 18-year-olds have died due to the COVID-19? Very few. There were a few cases, for sure. Maybe several hundred cases globally. But it's not really that common. And usually, even when it does happen, it's usually either a very obese 18-year-old or an 18-year-old with various genetic conditions that causes them, kidney failure, things of that nature. It's terrible. Yeah, I agree, but it's very rare.
Yeah, it's very rare. We always got to look at, as we've seen in the first stages of the state of emergency here, when there were lists published of the first tens of people that died. What did you see? A 91-year-old person with terminal cancer that died because of COVID. Some other guy who was again in his late 80s and morbidly obese, and that was the constant of the list. There were probably one or two exceptions, and not even then. Those exceptions were probably, from what I've seen, there was a 30-ish-year-old person that had that had HIV then.
Yeah, and there was another, the press made a huge hullabaloo about it. A 25-year-old woman. Yes, she had died of COVID-19, but 6 months earlier had suffered her third almost terminal cancer surgical intervention. It's terrible, but really, to put this into perspective is. The panic cards used these kinds of very rare exceptions of young people dying because of this cough and saying, oh, look, it can happen to you, so you should be as panicked as the 90-year-olds are. But, that argument is equally stupid with the argument of saying, oh, look, I have a few cases here of 105-year-olds who survived this cough, and say, oh, look, it's not really that dangerous. The 105-year-old survived it, so maybe it's not that dangerous. When in reality, yes, it's very dangerous for very old people, and basically a cough for young people. So, but on the other hand, I agree with the bioethicists' argument that Indonesia doesn't have the shekel, neither the diplomatic nor the financial power to make sure that it can, at least in theory, cover 3/4 of the population or 2/3 of the population, roughly equal. Right, and they can only afford to cover 40% of the population. And if that's the case, well, maybe we should vaccinate the super spreaders first, and hopefully that will help
the super spreaders who if they already were in contact.
Most of them probably already
most of them already have immunity.
Yes,
and you're actually making it worse for them, because if they get an adverse reaction to the vaccine and that gets out in the press, just like let's remember it happened in 1976 with the first swine flu vaccine. You're gonna send the entire population to a panic, and they will never fucking vaccinate. And is when you have no money, it's going to be very fun to sit on hundreds of thousands or probably millions of vaccines that you cannot administer because nobody's taking them.
Yeah, we've seen this episode even more recently in Sweden in 2009, 2010 at the previous pandemic, right? Mr. Tegnell, he strongly recommended the population to take the swine flu vaccine, and they did. In a record proportion, like 80% of them rushed to the hospital to get it. And then the multiple cases of paraplegia and all sorts of crap emerged. Now, sure, there weren't that many of those.
Yeah,
but there was
narcolepsy.
Narcolepsy, yes. There were at least 1,000 people. Now, admittedly, 1,000 people out of 8 million, statistically, it wasn't really that bad. But still, most of those that had terrible side effects probably would have had zero effects if they had contracted the natural H1N1 virus, right? And as a result, now when is the issue again with vaccination and another pandemic, Swedes are like, maybe not. Maybe not. You know what? Maybe not. Yeah, sure, but maybe not. And, the enthusiasm is a lot lower. It's still pretty high, but a lot lower because there are quite a lot of them. And, in Sweden, to their credit, the press is still pretty free. Not free to my standards, but still pretty free when compared to, let's say, Germany. Yeah.
Knew it.
Compared to Germany, it's very free. And the Swedish press started publishing interviews with people who had suffered narcolepsy in particular from the previous pandemic. It was like, another rushed through fast vaccine for a pandemic that scares the normies. Yeah, no thanks, I didn't like it the first time. And those interviews had an effect, and they're like, yeah, you know what, maybe they have a point, maybe not. And again, I say this as someone who has taken voluntary vaccines for all sorts of very terrible diseases. I'm very pro-vaccine in general, but at the same time, I think I've said it multiple times, I don't like the polarization. There is no such thing as all vaccines are terrible, which is the so-called anti-vaxxer position, and there is no such thing as all vaccines are good. There's an individual question on every single situation. And in this kind of situation, I don't know, especially with a country with a young population like Indonesia, maybe they should be the ones to start with the oldest. Who should maybe go with this route? Italy. Because in Italy, the old people are usually pretty confined. They have very few contacts, and those that they do have contacts with, those are the ones that actually have a lot of social contacts. So, vaccinate the spreader, that would actually help a lot in Italy, especially because the young population in Italy is much smaller than the old population. But in Indonesia, I don't know. And them using Sinovac, I guess in a way they're being overly cautious because Sinovac, indeed, or at least if you are to trust the CCP, which you shouldn't, but that's a separate story. They have only tested it on 18 to 59-year-olds, so they're like, not even the CCP is willing to lie that it's going to be more effective for over 65. So maybe we shouldn't make experiments that not even CCP is willing to lie about. Or maybe it's just a form of bribe. I mean.
Yeah, but I wouldn't be surprised if this was a huge endeavor to get a pretty healthy bribe from China, and so China, if it will definitely, the vaccine theoretically will work if Indonesia goes this route and China wins the propaganda front, that
the fourth largest country in the world,
they can have an example that see our vaccine worked.
Yeah, the fourth largest country in the world with significant outbreaks and a lot of tourism. There you go. They're all great after using the great Xi Jinping vaccine, right? I'm sure they'll do that. Of course they will.
Oh, I've seen this movie before in a similar manner with Malaysia, and it played out in the same manner. So I wouldn't be surprised if in the case of Indonesia it would be the same.
What did China sell to them then? I think it was either treatment for malaria or I don't remember, but yes, you're right. But it was a long time ago. China has its own medical industrial complex, right? It's a lot less polished than the Western one, but equally eager to make shekels and serve political property.
Yes, for example, shaved rhino horns for extra virility.
Equally eager to make shekels and equally eager to serve political purposes. Now, admittedly, they serve only political purposes if the party asks them, whereas in the West, it's a more open market. They will serve political purposes to whomever pays them. So, in that respect, the Western medical industrial complex is more polished. And it has a larger smiley face than the Chinese one because it's wealthier. But the mechanism is the same. And again, it doesn't have to be this kind of a conspiratorial mindset. It's just sets of incentives that take things into such a direction. It's just very simple. It's very simple. We'll see how it goes. But you're right. I mean, 18 to 59-year-olds are very unlikely to have meaningful problems due to getting the COVID-19 virus the natural way. So, they'll take a vaccine which is probably not really that efficient. If I were China, I would just sell them the outright placebo, because why not?
Don't get that far down the conspiracy spiral.
Why not? I mean, if I were Xi Jinping, that's exactly what I would do, and I would even send them exactly on which age category to administer it. So half of it will be placebo. You get this one to the 18 to 34-year-olds, because statistically speaking, almost nobody dies from it in Indonesia anyway. So give outright placebo to these ones.
I wouldn't be surprised, but there will be no way of finding out if it was even a placebo, or at least being suspicious of being a placebo, since the Chinese do not have an obligation to be transparent.
Yes.
At least the Western medical industrial complex has the obligation to be transparent.
And if they disobey it, you can at least have them in court, and eventually they will be transparent.
Yeah, now depends on the country, because from what we've heard, the UK has given an exemption of liability for Pfizer
and to AstraZeneca.
I didn't know about AstraZeneca, but I know about Pfizer.
AstraZeneca was the first to get a legal exemption in the UK, and then Pfizer. Yes, but then again, they can't get it in all Western countries.
Yeah, exactly.
In time, so you can definitely find a certain Western country that you can have them in court there, and it's exactly the same happened in the previous pandemic. It took about 2 years after the rollout of the vaccine when the scandal broke out, and eventually they were forced in court to be transparent, and it was a total and utter fiasco. And I would be very, very surprised if this doesn't play out identically, or of course the amounts of money and the economic loss is bigger than it was in 2009 and 2010, but the script is roughly the same. It's roughly the same, right? That's one of the reasons why I looked through a lot of these scaremongering narratives with a little bit of skepticism, because I remember in 2010 it was the same thing. We're going to limit your travel and you're going to need a vaccine passports. Yeah, okay. Good luck implementing that globally for a cough.
The UK has already has at least provided a prototype of vaccination ID through the NHS. And I remember that we looked at it and we've seen, well, sure, this is something that you can make on a printer at home.
Yes, the same thing that also the UK tried to put that thing, you're not allowed into various bars and whatever if you're not stamped, if you don't get an electronic stamp of approval from the NHS COVID Safe app or something like that it was called. And then it only took about 2 days until
everybody hacked it.
No, it wasn't hacked. No, just someone copied the app and created a bullshit app that looked exactly the same as the other one, and it would just automatically then generate green light QR codes as many times as you wanted. And
good point.
And the app wasn't going viral. It was just having somewhere about maybe 1,000 downloads or whatever. And then, of course, the very smart people funded by Soros György from Vice Media decided to write an article about it. And after the article ran out, about 100,000 people downloaded it. And that's how the whole COVID trace program of the NHS went, as the Russians would say, pizdoi na krytia. Right. That's why if I'm to wager on anything, wager on corruption. Same thing with Indonesia. Wager on corruption. Maybe someone got a huge bribe from the CCP to get this kind of program. We'll see. It's gonna be fun. CNN. Australia deeply troubled by reports of Chinese restrictions on its coal. The trade fight between China and Australia appears to be escalating, with Beijing reportedly placing new restrictions on imports of Australian coal. Australian Trade Minister Simon Birmingham on Tuesday said he was deeply troubled by the new reports in Chinese state media that the country's top economic planner has effectively banned certain coal imports from Australia. The Global Times, a state-run tabloid, reported last weekend that the country's National Development and Reform Commission has given power plants approval to buy overseas coal without restrictions, except from Australia. If true, the reports would indicate discriminatory trade practices being deployed by Chinese authorities, Birmingham told Australia's national radio. China has already banned or slapped tariffs on a range of other Australian exports. Asked by reporters on Tuesday about the reports, China Ministry of Foreign Affairs directed the questions to the relevant authorities, but spokesman Wang Wenbin did acknowledge that Chinese authorities have recently taken relevant measures against certain Australian products exported to China in accordance with the law and regulations. Australian Prime Minister Scott Morrison, meanwhile, told reporters on Tuesday that the government is seeking clarification, adding that the country has yet to hear from the Chinese government. He called reports that China is blocking Australian coal a bad outcome for the trading relationship between the two nations. Relations have been deteriorating since April, when Morrison called for an international inquiry into the origins of the cough pandemic. Beijing at the time called that move political manipulation. In the months since then, China has slapped Australian winemakers with heavy tariffs and banned or taxed exports of other products, including beef and barley. Morrison said Tuesday that Australia sends $4 billion Australian dollars worth of thermal coal to China each year, adding that Japan is a bigger market than China for those exports. Thermal coal is primarily used to generate power. In total, Australia exported some $14 billion Australian dollars worth of coal to China in the 2018-2019 fiscal year. But the impact on trade of any move against Australian coal is tough to gauge. Australian media pointed out weeks ago that hundreds of millions of dollars worth of coal was already being held off the coast of China, an indication that Beijing was at least informally putting pressure on Australia's vital mining industry. This opacity makes it hard to say how much of an escalation this news is, says Sean Longcake, a senior economist at Oxford Economics, noting that the existing disruptions in the thermal coal trade These have clearly not been resolved, and it's hard not to see this news as a further deterioration. Investors in Australia's major coal producers are taking the reports as a bad sign. Shares in Coronado Global and Yancoal Australia each plunged more than 88% in Sydney on Tuesday. Whitehaven Coal dropped nearly 6% and is down 10% so far this week. Analysis at ANZ Research wrote in a research note that the Chinese reports confirm what has been assumed ever since reports of import restrictions on coal from Australia emerged in October. They noted that while China has been an important market for Australian thermal coal, it made up nearly a third of Australia's total exports in 2018. That market share has been falling ever since. Australian exporters have found additional buyers in South Korea, Vietnam, and Japan. As such, we see Australia's thermal coal exports holding up relatively well despite the Chinese ban. Economists have noted that other mining materials, predominantly iron ore and coking coal, used in steel making, make up a particularly large share of Australian exports. Longcake told CNN Business earlier this month that the restrictions on such exports are unlikely given how reliant China's steel industry is on them. Iron ore prices have been trading at the highest levels in years, in part because of demand rising as China recovers from the pandemic. Morrison's moment to shine.
Oh, yes.
I mean, if Morrison can hold his horses and don't give in, really, that could be a nice, leverage. Not really leverage, but use the Australian coal as a bludgeoning tool against the CCP. But that would still need coordination with the other members of the Five Eyes network. because China doesn't really have an immediate replacement. Yeah, sure, they can play this kabuki theater with Australia and say, we're gonna keep your coal offshore in the middle of the sea and whatever, we increase tariffs. But at the same time, they still need the product itself, whether they like it or not. And what's going to be their immediate replacement? Because if this article is correct, and I think it is, in the immediate vicinity of China, right? So Vietnam, South Korea, and Japan, they are also buying from Australia. And Vietnam is definitely not China friendly. South Korea, the same thing. Japan, of course. So if anything, Mr. Morrison can basically negotiate some better deals with all of these three countries, so he can recover the shekels that he's losing via the China ban. And China doesn't have any place to buy it anyway. In the immediate vicinity.
In the immediate vicinity, it doesn't, but it can explore to try buy the thermal coal from Russia. And even from Africa, particularly South Africa.
Sure, but bringing it from Africa, what's the transport costs for that? It's pretty complicated. From Russia, yes, but then again, the closest mines are not in the immediate vicinity of China. And Russia has this...
They're somewhere in the middle of the country.
Yes.
Far in the north.
Right, so...
right above the Arctic Circle.
Right, and there aren't that many functional mines there. Yeah, sure, new ones can be opened, but, that's another immediate capital that China would have to forward. And, of course, you would have to give something to Mr. Putin, and you would open up another disadvantageous negotiation front with Moscow. Not to mention, again, how do you transport it? Because Russia has decent railways from east to west, but not necessarily from north to south.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly a complicated aspect. It will be actually slightly cheaper to get it from South Africa by taking it by ship all the way to China, rather than taking it by rail from Russia. Even if you make tens of kilometers long trains, that still won't be enough. But even then, when we're talking about $3 billion at the level of China, it isn't exactly that much. If we were talking about several tens of billions of dollars, then China would actually be in a disadvantageous position. But the reason why they've applied this ban is to try and test and see how much could Morrison go against China. Because if they really wanted to try something, they could have tried banning iron ore imports. That would have been one that could temporarily hurt China, but it would definitely hurt Australia much more than it will hurt them.
Yes, because China is the biggest consumer of iron ore.
Yeah, so. China could always up its imports from South Africa, which also makes a lot of iron ore.
Right, and the South African government is, at least for now, completely cucked to China. I'm not trying to be funny here, but it's true. I mean, the administration in South Africa has been cucking for China for more than 6 years now, 7 years, something like that. And whilst other governments in Africa have become pretty woke on the Sino question, the news hasn't reached Johannesburg yet. I'm just saying.
Or could they probably just don't care?
Yeah, could be.
Because they're still in a financially advantageous position, as in they have something to sell to China. They don't have any issues dealing with China.
Right.
And even if the entire African continent will no longer trade with them, say in the worst case scenario, then they don't exactly care.
Yes, because South Africa, of course, has also a lot of very advantageous trade deals with the Western world, and probably wouldn't be such a terrible, at least for now. But as the Angolan economy grows, the Mozambican is starting to grow once again. In a few years, they might have to care. But yes, that's true. But at the same time, considering the explosive growth in demand for iron ore in China. I don't know how much they could keep up a ban on that.
Yeah, if they were to ban iron ore, just to make Australia an example of not messing with China.
Right. And admittedly, on certain aspects, this will be also reliant on how Mr. Morrison will be able to hold the relationship with the rest of the Five Eyes network, particularly the United States and the United Kingdom. A lot less New Zealand and Canada, of course, but particularly Canada. Is that even a country? Anyway, because you know, if it is to be used, Australia as a leverage tool against China to maintain the balance in the region, yeah, they might need some help from the US. But for the most part, it really is. Most of the tools are in the hands of Mr. Morrison.
Yeah,
So,
I will definitely start looking. He's already started looking in the immediate vicinity, Vietnam, South Korea, Japan. Even those need those prime industrial products that they got. But I will also look further, particularly to the US, because they still got easy access through sea in case everything goes south with China from an economic point of view.
Isn't Indonesia isn't close to them either?
Yeah, Indonesia is quite close to them, but that's a bit of an iffy spot.
Yeah, but it's a large country with a growing economy. They might need it. And of course, it would be, yeah, admittedly, it would also open up another front with China, as with the previous new piece of news, right? But China is flexing its muscles there too. But you know,
they can even seek talk with Mr. Mittal from India.
And then there's India, yes. Although admittedly, because India at the very least for now in these kinds of geopolitical disputes has maintained some sort of neutrality from an economics perspective. From a geopolitics perspective, not really, but from an economics perspective, they have maintained a pretty neutral approach. And why not tip that balance in favor of our empire? I'm just saying. I'm pretty sure Modi will not say no. That's what I'm saying. But maybe they haven't tried, or maybe India cannot offer a good price yet. But if conditions change, maybe the price that India can offer is no longer going to be such a terrible aspect.
Yeah, at least, yeah, definitely. It won't serve as a complete substitute to China, neither in terms of quantity nor price, but it will be more advantageous to spread the supply to more to more countries that demand it, rather than rely on a single one, because this is a basic economics thing. You never put your eggs in one basket. Australia put its eggs in one basket in not only three important export, not only one important export, but in three, which represent the majority of their exporting base.
Yep. And if the exporting base is a country that tends to have sudden changes of mind just because the dear leader woke up on the wrong side of the bed. Maybe some more diversification. In sociology is not necessarily a good, or in politology, diversity is not inherently good, but in economics, diversity is good. Seriously, it is. Sticking to Australia, now the bad side of Australia, at least on geopolitics and economics, and the Morrison cabinet has been really based over the last year or so, probably even more than that, over the last 2 years. But on the rest of the aspects, dear God, dear Guardian, right-wing think tank launches legal challenge to Australia's travel ban. The right-wing think tank Liberty Works has launched a federal court challenge to Australia's travel ban, arguing that the Health Minister, Greg Hunt, has no power to stop citizens from leaving the country. If this were a normal country, we would say, why does this lawsuit even exist? The case is the first major challenge to Australia's strict external border restrictions, which were introduced in March to prevent the spread of COVID-19. The case will not seek to overturn the cap on the number of arrivals to Australia, which human rights bodies have warned may breach international law. The National Cabinet agreed to ban on Australians leaving Australia, subject to limited exceptions, in an attempt to limit the number of citizens exposed to cough overseas seeking to return home. Tens of thousands of exemptions have been approved on grounds including personal business and compassionate reasons, but as of September, Border Force had refused 13,300 requests. Liberty Works case launched on Thursday and announced on Wednesday seeks to argue that Section 96 of the Biosecurity Act does not give the Health Minister a blanket power to prevent all Australians leaving Australia. Instead, the section only allows the Health Minister to prevent an individual leaving Australia for a specified period of time of no more than 28 days, said Liberty Works President Andrew Cooper. Cooper told Guardian Australia, quote, "The government shouldn't be in the position of picking and choosing who is worthy of an exemption." Again, if this were a normal country, we're like, why are we having this conversation? There are tens of thousands of people who wish to go overseas and can't get an exemption due to the illiberal interpretation of this piece of legislation. I like this guy. There is no argument that someone going overseas impacts the health of remaining Australians in Australia. Cooper argued that although Australians traveling overseas may add to the backlog of the more than 36,000 who want to return home, that was their free choice. He said the state-based limits on the number of people in hotel quarantine were also pretty draconian, particularly when people were prepared to quarantine and pay for it, but it was difficult to see an easy line of sight on how to challenge the caps. Liberty Works has asked for an expedited hearing and hopes the federal court can hear and decide the case early in 2021. Spokesperson for Hunt said the decisions relating on the Biosecurity Act are made on the basis of medical advice from the Chief Medical Officer in accordance with the Act. Neither the Minister nor the Department comment on specific matters before the court. All significant litigation against Australian jurisdictions' cough restrictions have so far proved unsuccessful. Here's an illiberal country. The High Court has rejected the claims that Victoria's restrictions violate freedom of movement and that Western Australia's border ban breached the Constitution. Liberty Works is a right-wing think tank with links to US conservatives that organizes the Australian Conservative Political Action Conference. It is also engaged in a constitutional challenge to Australia's Foreign Influence Transparency Scheme, arguing that the scheme, which requires agents of foreign influence to declare their affiliation on a public register, breaches the implied freedom of political communication. Now, the last one is pure cancer. No. Now, agents of foreign intelligence should be forced to declare their affiliation, especially if you're Australia and your neighbor is the CCP. So, not even libertarians are always good. Some libertarians are just lol-libertarians and they suck. But on this one, with leaving the country, very based and red-pilled, what's interesting is that no court case against this whole sort of madness was successful. I mean, what kind of country is that, really? I think it's the only...
I don't know, but I'm getting vibes of communist Romania.
Right. Even in communist Romania, you would still win some of these cases. I'm serious. I have a former neighbor of mine won against the militia, right, the police force at the time, won in court and forced them out of his street because they kept on surveilling him. And he argued that there is no reason and that they shouldn't be able to do that, because he argued on harassment counts and on the communist constitution, and he won. Even then, you could still win on some of these cases. But in Australia, to win zero, and there have been several dozens of challenges.
Of course, the warden doesn't want to let you leave the prison colony.
Pure madness, man. I don't know if it is the only country, but it may indeed be the only developed country where challenges in court fail, like all of them.
On constitutional grounds and on basic things like freedom of movement within the country, not
within the country.
Let's not even talk about outside of the country.
Yeah, I mean it's lunacy. It is.
If everybody from Australia wants to pay me in order to argue on the basis of their constitution in court, you know where to get it to us.
I'm not an expert in Australian constitutional law, but basic common law would dictate that at least some of this is definitely madness from a legal perspective. I'm not talking here about the libertarian perspective or conservative. No, just from a legal perspective. You can't move from this. You can't not just move, but you can't go and buy stuff from this county to the other county, and that somehow doesn't violate the Constitution, the Charter of Freedoms of Australia. Really? In what universe? Especially if it's if it's a longer one, because again, you cannot really for several months, many of these governments run by panicards and idiots, really, they relied on, oh, but it's temporary. Yeah, sure, but it's no longer temporary, right? Because if it goes for more than half a year, then it's not temporary, no matter how you look at it. And you have to find, the government, have to find a different argument and a different way of phrasing it. And yes, the courts should be able to kick you in the teeth, which in Europe it kind of sort of happens all the time lately. Not another week goes by without another court somewhere in Europe telling the government to fuck off. But not in Australia. It's amazing. It's amazing.
We were talking about Canada being a cancer country, but now Australia is quickly gaining in order to take Canada's place.
In terms of personal liberty, Australia may be even more cancerous than Canada, because at least you can leave Canada that's at any moment you want.
You heard us, Kurosh will leave Canada.
By the way, Kurosh recently found out that he can actually because he was asking that, but when will international travel be coming back to normal? It has been back to normal for 6 months now. But almost all countries of Europe, South Africa has had constitutional rulings on this. Now, sure, some of them more narrow and not really necessarily exactly how the plaintiff wanted them, but had constitutional rulings that told the government to fuck off. Several others, I believe it was recently in Angola, same thing. Several court rulings basically told the government to buzz off. Almost all countries of Europe, not to mention the United States, multiple appellate courts are getting woke on the COVID-19 question, and they're starting
we need to send them the ruling from Portugal. That will definitely help them.
The one in Portugal is particularly glorious, and it's coming from the least expected place, because the Portugal judiciary is kind of like the Romanian judiciary, not great, not terrible. You wouldn't expect something so groundbreaking coming from Lisbon, really.
Yeah, we should have commented that one, because you commented in on the Romanian channel, but there are some that actually need that one commented as well in English.
Yeah, probably I'll find the time to make a sole video about this, because it's really interesting. But what I'm saying is that Canada and Australia are kind of the only outliers here, because in Canada a few smaller challenges did go through the courts. So Australia is the most extreme example, where 0 claims go through. But Canada, Australia would be the only developed countries where almost nothing or absolutely nothing worked in court. Why do these Commonwealth countries go so mental? Because even the originator of the Commonwealth, right, in the United Kingdom, even there the court be like, no, this has to go, this has to go, this has to go. But not in Australia. Why?
It will be a really interesting case study.
I mean, it's fun to joke, but the warden doesn't want you to leave the premises.
In this case, the warden was his name the health minister.
Yeah, the health viewer. Kind of like a Jens Spahn in Deutschland, right? But and it is particularly
egregious,
abhorrent and egregious. Yes. Because it's not a political decision, it's not even a wartime situation, so you can have the military or whatever. No, it's some bloody marginal bureaucrat from the Ministry of Health telling a free man or a free woman, whatever, oh no, you can't leave the country today because potato. Really?
Because you're gonna bring back the cough.
Really?
Well, we're talking about a country that panicked because 30 people got the virus in some hotel or pub somewhere in Victoria.
And eventually they had to suspend the quarantine, because actually it wasn't 30 people but 3, and I mean, really.
Yeah, exactly. Australia, for some reason, has really swallowed the COVID psychosis neck deep.
Yes.
Hook, line, and sinker.
Hook, line, and sinker. And they took all of the bait. No, this is really my bait. Amazing, amazing. Well, I don't know. Good luck to Freedom Works, but really something has to be done with their judiciary. Reform them into oblivion. because it's absurd. I mean, it really is absurd. Or if no reform can be done, then at the very least, I don't know, proclaim it a People's Republic or something more appropriate to how it...
The Kangaroos Republic. Because these are pretty much not exactly kangaroo court level, but not far off either.
Not far off either.
At least in the kangaroo courts, you get the impression that there is a judicial process being followed. No, right here there's no process. You just get banned and that's it.
Yeah, in Australian courts, because you can't go to this county, but it doesn't breach freedom of movement. It's like I would tell you that this nose is blue. Because that's really what it is. I mean, so some of those rulings are like, oh no, I know you read the law, but actually you don't know how to read the law. And I'm like, come on. I mean, really, come on.
Yeah, Australia definitely needs the international law to follow them, because if the judiciary is that in deep, that there's no way to shake them up. But with international law,
I mean, think about it. If Australia had been an EU member, what do you call it? The European Court of Human Rights would sanction them daily. Because it's amazing. I mean, come on. Jesus Christ, man. Get a proper judiciary. I don't know what to say. And I think this is the final one. TVNZ unemployment forecast to hit almost 7%. House prices could increase 8.5% in 21. This is from New Zealand. Today's half-year economic and fiscal update indicated less doom and gloom for New Zealand's situation than that before the election, but it came alongside Treasury Secretary Carly McLeish's warning that there may still be economic scarring from this year blow delivered by COVID-19 and the continued increase in house prices. No, it's not the COVID-19, is the Jacinda whatever Ardern's government. That's the fault, not the virus. House prices across NZ are projected to continue to rise. Comparatively, the change is only forecasted to be 4.5% in 2022, as opposed to 21, where 8.5. The overall change from 2020 to 2025 is projected to be a 34.9% increase. Unemployment, I strong doubt about that. Unemployment is expected to rise to 6.9% by the end of 21. Again, strong doubt. Net core crown debt is forecast to peak at 50.7% of the GDP in 2024, and the deficit is expected to rise to $21.6 billion in 2021. Despite the return to varying levels of lockdown in August, McLeish said the recovery from the downturn has been quite swift. The update indicated the extent to which lockdowns impact the economy was less severe, meaning any potential lockdown due to a future COVID-19 resurgence could be less costly than previously assumed. The outlook has improved, but uncertainty remains high, McLeish said today. The pace of recovery depends on many unknown factors, including, of course, the virus, the speed and effectiveness at which vaccines can be rolled out, how quickly the global economy recovers, and how behaviors and production might change. The uncertainty was also due to many businesses putting investment plans on hold, resulting in lower growth forecast for the second half of this year and the first 6 months of 21. Finance Minister Grant Robertson said that the economic blow was better than expected, improving even in the last couple of months. The global rapid roll of COVID-19 vaccines may be some cause for certainty, Robertson said. The fiscal position is still challenging. Many New Zealanders have faced tough times this year, and there is more to come. Treasury warned the forecast increase of unemployment could worsen the distribution and scarring effects of COVID-19. Unemployment was expected to peak at 6.9% by the end of 21. This was from 7.8% forecast before October's election. Even peaking at 6.9, that's a lot of people losing their job. The prospect of nearly 10% unemployment is not something I wanted to be part of, Robertson said of previous forecasts. If NZ's recovery is stronger, unemployment could peak at only 6.2% by June 21. McLeish attributed this lower than expected unemployment peak to schemes such as wage subsidy, which helped businesses hold on to employees. Despite this, youth, women, Maori and Pacific Aucklanders, were hit disproportionately by the downturn from border closures and alert level restrictions. Untapped capacity, such as people in part-time work who want to work more hours, show a sharp increase among women. Yeah, sure, part-time women will save your economy. How disconnected from reality these people are. House prices were expected to rise 8.5% for 21, with an overall increase of 34.9% from 2020 to 2025. I'm willing to bet that's a lie. The constraint on urban expansion, intensification, and pace at which new homes can be brought into the housing market, alongside the preference to invest in housing as a saving method, the likelihood of demand growth could keep the price rising. Doubt. Treasury said a combination of a sustained period of high dwelling completion and or the reduction of population growth due to border restrictions are needed to address the shortage buildup. Based on past experience, prices are still likely to rise for some time given the backlog. Robertson said the government was working through advice from Treasury and the Reserve Bank and would be hoping to make an announcement and release a package of measures early next year. And they report this as good news.
Well, this guy has his head so far up his ass that that our finance minister is actually.
Are you kidding me? Katso is a worldwide renowned professor. Is Thomas Sowell when compared to this guy?
Yeah, exactly. This guy just had to say economic return in V-shaped economic return, and that will be just too far above our finance minister. Man, that's
Christ Almighty. So though, unemployment rate may only peak to only 6.9%. First of all, it's going to be a lot higher than that. Trust me. I'm willing to bet that's going to be the case. But still, let's take it for granted. 6.9, right? Unemployment in NZ in 2019 was 4.07. So in what universe is the doubling of unemployment rate good news?
In the New Zealand universe, in the land down under, somehow things work the other way around.
But they didn't cough. So, we might starve to death, but at least you didn't cough. We never know.
You might lose your business, but you didn't cough.
You didn't cough, yeah, that's so great. No, really? Also, how many suicides occurred due to the Maoist level of restrictions adopted in the summer by Northern Hemisphere standards, in the winter by New Zealand standards?
Man, Lucian, you can't be that conspiratorial. They died because of COVID. They didn't die because of suicides.
Right.
It was COVID that took them to suicide.
Right. So therefore, COVID is the cause of death.
Yes.
Right.
Yes, exactly.
Speaking of conspiratorial crap, in the first half of the year, the NZ was publishing very lauding reports of there's a 3-year record low in suicides. And I was like, that's impossible. It just cannot be true. So I clicked on the report. Okay, let's see. All right, the numbers are just until June, just before the sanitary fascism was introduced. And for some reason, the data after June is not available yet, although it should have been. In previous year, used to be published somewhere in October or in December, still not available, or at least I wasn't able to find it. And I'm more interested precisely from June onwards, when peak COVID-19 demented policies was reached. Also, traditionally, even in normal years, NZ has a shockingly high youth suicide rate, right? So whereas in Japan, for instance, a country that has I think the highest or the second highest suicide rate in the world, the age profile is pretty evenly distributed, or at least proportional to
but that's because there's a cultural aspect you must take into consideration in terms of Japan.
I agree.
That doesn't apply to the rest of the planet, not even New Zealand.
Right, but okay, fine. Let's not take Japan, which is a huge exception. Take Germany. It's still pretty evenly distributed by age profile. Not New Zealand. In New Zealand is youth suicides like this, and everyone else kind of looks like the rest of the planet. But young people commit suicide at much higher rates than anyone else on the planet, or at least anyone else on the planet that reports them honestly. So I'm not going to compare them with China, but most of the rest of the planet. So how will the data look now after you literally fucked up all of the youth, so that Granny can live potentially maybe live up to 80 years and 9 months instead of 80 years and 4 months. In France, what's the trending term in France these days? Merci, boomer. And I'm serious, it's a very militant anti-boomer movement from anyone under the age of 50, basically. Like, you fucked us up all so that the boomers can live 3 months extra due to cough. Really.
Oh boy.
And, and it's in France, it's those people with the revolutionary mindset. I would be much more afraid of that than any other scientific debate.
Yeah, if that's the case in France, then that generational disconnection could be actually worse than the one from 1968.
Yes, and in 1968 they burned down the country. I'm just saying,
Well, let's not go that far ahead. Even now, at least Paris is burning.
Well, Paris has always been burning. I mean, come on.
Yeah, it's not constant state of combustion.
Yes, I mean, ever since 1789, Paris has been burning. That's the standard. When Paris is not burning, that's when you have to ask a question. If it's been more than a year and nothing has been burning in Paris, you have to start asking yourself some questions. Are you guys preparing a war against someone else or something? Because that's usually the case. Yeah. So, in a normal year, things are pretty terrible in terms of youth suicide in New Zealand. How will the data look now when the youth were disproportionately impacted for absolutely no fucking reason whatsoever? Right? And then they will go with the crown net core debt, right? Net crown core debt, whatever. They say, it's going to be 50.7% by 2024, and they even have displays of we're using our strong fiscal position so we can go through this crisis. Okay, here's a graph for you. This is the net crown debt in 2019. No, it's not a wrong graph. 19.2%. So in less than 4 years, right, you're increasing your national debt by 150%. And then your finance minister comes in and says, that's good news, really. In what universe? And again, New Zealand has been very privileged in the recent decade, really, or last two decades, really. Even if they had a leftist government, it kept on keeping the national debt to very decent levels and even decreasing it in multiple times. Both left-wing and right-wing governments have been able to decrease the national debt. So they've been very good at fiscal conservatism, right? And then comes this guy and said, it's a good news. We're going to up to 50.7% in 4 years, growing it by 150%. And that's good news.
Yeah, and we were worried about from one of the first so far reports that we've done, UK surpassing 100% because they subsidized for 3 entire months the salaries of the entire population that was still working.
Right, but at least the UK, they surpassed 100%, but they were starting already from 91 or something like that. I mean, it was pretty big before that. And again, UK being the head of an empire in a way, right, or previous empire, and now the important aspect of the current empire. They've traditionally been indebted because they also have a lot of war reparations to still pay. By the way, the UK is still paying World War II debt. They finally finished the World War I debt like 5 years ago. So the United Kingdom is in a whole different ball game. But in the case of New Zealand, that doesn't have historical reparations to pay, doesn't have really that many things, that many expenses that would expand its own national debt. And now suddenly going it in less than 5 years again from 19.2% to 50%. That's a lot,
and that's just the projected one. And
as we all know, with government debt,
and as we've seen, they're being very optimistic about unemployment, and now being very optimistic about GDP. You all got to look. They're gonna be optimistic that the unemployment is actually not gonna be that bad. But they're obviously undersell how much will the debt to GDP rise in 4 years, because let's remember, New Zealand was the country that has shut down for quite a few months any trade with the exterior.
Yes,
and in itself it's obvious that it cannot hold an autarkic regime at all. But their domestic economy isn't exactly that great by proportion to anybody, not even compared to Australia.
And the only country that could potentially be capable of autarky is the United States.
Yeah, that's it.
Back in the communist days, there was this joke, a question at Radio Yerevan. Can you install communism in Switzerland? And the answer is yes, you can, but that would be quite a shame. Same thing, can you have autarky in the United States? Yes, but that would be quite a shame. All right. Can you install autarky in New Zealand? No. Right. So there's that. And as for unemployment, again, that's very optimistic the way they're painting it, and say, oh, but it will depend on the rollout of the vaccines and whatever. This morning, when I woke up, I was reading that the rollout of the vaccine in New Zealand is actually being postponed to at least the second trimester of 21, which is their winter. And considering their level of panic cards in their governments, where they will shut down the country because 2 people coughed, literally. No, I don't think.
Look, I understand that you're very close to China and you may not trust China, but let's not exaggerate. They may be lying, but they may not be lying at that level to unleash a bioweapon, to actually shit yourself that hard.
Yes.
To lock down the entire country with people and exports included.
Yeah.
Shut down to that level.
Yeah, because again, if this were such a dangerous virus, we would see. Because again, nobody asks you to trust China, and as recently with the Wuhan leaks, there's further evidence that nobody should be trusting China on anything.
No, but we in Eastern Europe have learned the lesson of never trusting
any communist regime,
never trusting the Soviet Union or our late governments, nor the media, like the Russians had the Pravda, we've had Skandeya,
the Spark.
Never trust anything that's communist. That China included.
Yeah. So
some people in some countries still haven't learned this lesson there's that I can't think about it. There's that Russian saying, trust but verify.
Trust but verify. Yes. And it's particularly the case because I was reading in March, really. Some globalist shill was writing, I think it was on The Atlantic, that's the place where I go for globalist shilling, and it was saying that, it's going to be pretty terrible. They were projecting that we're all going to die in Eastern Europe, basically, because they were right about the first part, because they were saying it's going to be difficult because nobody in Eastern Europe trusts their government or China or really any globalist institution, and at best they regarded with some skepticism. They were thinking about the World Health Organization, and the rest of the time they just assumed that they're lying. Now he was right, the globalist shill was right about that, but he wasn't right about everything else. We're pretty much alive and we're fine. We'll be fine.
Yeah. But, I wonder why we don't trust the government.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Most of the other countries will have to learn this, and if they don't, it's going to be their fault, because now they will have this precedent when it was obviously the superior approach not to trust China, not to be skeptical about the Wuhan Honk organization, to be skeptical of really any of these large institutional conglomerates with dubious sources for their capital. So, Wuhan Honk organization included, considering that their biggest donors are, the CCP and Bill Gates. I mean, why would you trust these people? And especially when you look at, take that trip down the memory lane, like in February, when Xi Jinping and Bill Gates were congratulating each other for their work on the COVID-19. I'm just saying, right? So, if you look at these kinds of situations, you're like, maybe I shouldn't trust you. But again, if New Zealand stays on this path and they also continue to lock down their country, or at least the capital city, because that's what they usually been doing lately, just shutting down Auckland because 2 people coughed, that will further wreck their economy for sure. And if they're only starting to implement the vaccine only in the second trimester of 2021, which is in the cold season in that area of the world, That would mean you'll have to shut down your capital city at least one more time. Nah, it's probably not going to be 50.7% GDP debt to GDP ratio. It's probably more like 60, or at least starting with 6.
Or when we take in consideration that the GDP is going to shrink, of course.
Probably might start with 7, right?
Yeah, but, I would actually place my bets on starting with 7.
Right. And then there is the unemployment rate, which is definitely now not going to be 6.9 or 7.8, which was the projection before the election. Again, start thinking about it starting with 1 and having 2 figures. Yeah, I know. And the biggest trouble is that in New Zealand they had elections and they chose freely more of the same. So you only have yourselves to blame. We had elections in Romania, we flattened them out.
Yeah, but New Zealand doesn't have people like us, unfortunately.
They should.
Yeah, definitely.
Form your own if you don't have it already. I mean, Jesus Christ, man.
Or at least if you don't have them, you can import us.
Why would I go to New Zealand? Are you kidding me?
Okay, then if you don't want to go to New Zealand, then I can take the wisdom to New Zealand and flatten them out.
Make sure you require a third world bonus. I did this once.
Third world bonus. Other than that, Southern Hemisphere premium.
Yeah, I did this once to a customer that was at that time still skeptical about my claims about what happens with what Swedes would call utanförskapsområden, or what they would be called in English as a haram way of saying no-go zones. And I would say that, look, if you want me to come to I think it was the Netherlands, yeah, but if you want me to stay in that particular area, you're gonna have to give me a third world bonus on that. And he was very, very upset about me saying that and even suggesting it. And then as he was considering my offer, a terrorist attack happened exactly in that area. It's like, see, this is why I'm asking for a third world bonus. It's not just an ideological talking point for me. It's also a personal safety one. I have to hire a big Ukrainian guy with a weapon to stick around with me because, things can happen. So yeah. But on a more serious note, these people should be flattened, and maybe by 24, if the crisis goes the way I think it will, which is to go very, very deep, maybe by 24, enough voters in the New Zealand electorate will have the wisdom and the foresight to no longer vote for these people. And with that said, I believe that will be pretty much it. Oh my goodness! Well, we exceeded 4 hours because we got complaints from the previous episode.
That it was too short.
Only 2 hours and a half. Oh my god! Okay, so here's 4 hours and something. Yes, I know I promised some more videos with me alone, but elections. Finally, they passed, so I should be having a few days off. Whilst all of you are celebrating Christmas, I'll be working as usual every single year, and. Hopefully I'll be able to roll out at least some of those also this month because I have to. I've made one on the Great Reset. Maybe I should make one on the ruling in Portugal about the RT-PCR test. There are quite a few things that are necessary to be said and to be kept in mind for the first trimester of 21. Is there anything that we forgot? Oh yeah, keep checking. I don't think there's going to be enough time to make another SOFA report this year, so most likely we'll be seeing each other again somewhere January 3rd, January 5th, whatever, in the first week of the year 21. Where maybe, I don't know, maybe we'll be contracting COF21, who cares? Who knows, with these kinds of things. Yeah. With all of that said, thank you all for watching. Cheers.